Chapter 704. Being heir, be a good girl and call me brother. Mother. Dearest. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. Cough. Little being heir, I'm a guy. You have to see. Clearly. So, no matter how much you touch me, it's fine. And, Mother. Dearest? Ha 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 ha. You're such a killjoy. Can you stop laughing? Mother. No, being heir. I'm a guy. Stop touching me. It's swollen. Father. Father? Ha ha ha. Congratulations to little Star for having a daughter. I'll beat you to death, you old bastard. Mother. Father. Don't fight, Yun Nuashing and Feng Yuing. In such a huge ice field, once the sentence came out, both of their faces turned extremely black. They felt a bone-piercing cold wind blowing into their bones, almost freezing them to death. Only little Bing Er looked at the two of them curiously with her pure big eyes. All right, this will do. Feng Yuing clapped her hands and looked at the blue-gold dragon mark on Yun Nuashing and little Bing Er's forehead with satisfaction. She said, an unprecedented soul contract. With this deity's help, I guarantee that the compatibility will be above 200%. Little Bing Er was just born and naturally didn't know any soul contract. Originally, Yun Nuashing didn't plan to form any soul contract and planned to wait until she grew up. However, little Bing Er was a beginner god-level expert when she was just born and needed a strong soul contract to stabilize the power in her body so that the power wouldn't go out of control. Thus, she had no choice but to form it. The highest compatibility is 100%. Feng, Little White and I have the same. We all have full compatibility. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Heya, young people really don't know anything. That's a soul contract formed by this deity as the middleman. Of course, it's different. Well, you will know this in the future. If you need, Little White and the rest will make adjustments in the future. Feng Yuing smiled and rubbed little Bing Er's head. Unclear. Yun Nuashing covered her head, speechlessly. She wanted to say something, but little Bing Er started moving around in her arms. He had no choice but to hug her tightly. Oh, right, I have something I want to ask you. Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of something. He abruptly raised his head and stared very seriously at Feng Yuing. Have you seen the Netherworld Ruined Sword? Your first godly sword. Feng Yuing stopped playing with Bing and straightened her body. She shook her head and said no. I once wanted to search for the Netherworld sword, but I didn't find it. Or rather, I didn't even see any clues. That Nethervoid sword. Yun Nuashing frowned. Maybe Ling Yu Chen found it somewhere and passed it to you. Feng Yuing rubbed her forehead, then smiled mysteriously and said, but I can tell you the location of the fifth godly sword. Demonic blood sword. What? Yun Nuashing looked up in shock. The fifth godly sword? You will retrieve my memories sooner or later. You will know it sooner or later. Telling you now is the same as not telling you. Feng Yuing smiled faintly and looked to the east. Her eyes seemed to have seen through countless spaces and saw something. She took a breath and said, Kuin Yuan region, Blood Demon Valley. You should pray that it hasn't been taken away by someone yet. Feng Yuing smiled faintly. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. After remembering the name, she lowered her head and played with little Bing Er. The little girl's giggles made the icy plains more lively. Also, Quarter Moon, the forbidden heavenly god from the ancient era, Quarter Moon. Why are you looking for him? Don't tell me that our first life is him. Yun Nuashing suddenly raised her head and looked straight at Feng Yuing as she said softly, I don't think so. After looking at your memories, I found out that he was at that place. I went to that place back then, but I couldn't enter. Feng Yuing shook her head and said softly, back then the forbidden heavenly god sealed himself in the ice world's divine realm. In that state, it was impossible for him to activate the heaven-returning reincarnation. There wasn't enough life force to support him to walk out of the reincarnation road. Oh, so I feel that he might really be our ancestor? Feng Yuing tilted her head and said hesitantly, Anyway, we are definitely from the Nine Deity Temple's Grand Hall Master's lineage. Quarter Moon is the Nine Deity Temple's Grand Hall Master. We should have some connection with him, but he definitely can't be our first life. I dare to use my divine lattice to guarantee it. All right, I'll believe you this time. Seeing how confident he was, Yun Nuashing couldn't think of any rebuttal. He coughed dryly and lowered his head to continue teasing little Bing Air. He had a lot of doubts, and it would be difficult for him to clear them all in a short period of time. Even if Feng Yuing was standing in front of him and had a lot of questions, he couldn't open his mouth. Feng Yuing smiled when she saw the two of them messing around. She raised her head and looked at the dark sky, after which she let out a long sigh and said, All right, your body has already recovered. Little White and Feng Er should have sensed that you have formed a new soul contract. It is about time for them to leave. Sensed it? Yin Nuashing stopped what he was doing. Seeing this, little Bing Air pulled his long hair in front of her and wrapped it around her body. After all, those two were prejudiced by first impressions. They will definitely notice latecomers. Feng Yuing sighed and spread out her hands. Yun Nuashing nodded. She rolled her eyes and seemed to have thought of something. Then she asked, What about you? Me. I'm just a remnant soul, left in the depths of your soul. It's very deep and no one can find it. If not for Shui Er's energy alerting me, I wouldn't have appeared. Feng Yuing shook her head and said, Don't worry about me. My remnant soul will always be sealed in your soul. If you die one day, I will follow you into the cycle of reincarnation and wait for a new life. Don't think about reviving me or anything. These things can wait until you reach God level. At that time, you might have a chance to awaken my remnant soul. It's just a chance. Feng Yuing smiled indifferently. As a person who is already dead, I have never had any special thoughts. The only regret I have is that I owe that girl a wedding. So, I'll hand this matter to you very, very seriously. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said, Wait until I retrieve the memories that belong to you. You actually didn't reject. Feng Yuing was shocked. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. Although the power of the divine right has disappeared, your body has still been affected by the backlash. I estimate that you won't be able to speak for a month. As for your eyes, it's fine. Don't mess around in the future. That's why I didn't want it to happen. Yun Nuashing shook her head helplessly. As for the matter of falling to the dark side, I followed the Maze Master's instructions and used Shui Er's divine right's power to leave a region in your body. As for how to choose, you can decide for yourself. Feng Yuing pointed at her chest and smiled. After smiling for a while, Feng Yuing patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and said, Then I'll hand this life over to you. You must uncover everything. Who are we? What do we want to do? This long-cherished wish that has spanned countless eras will be placed on your head. All right. I'll do my best. Yun Nuashing nodded solemnly. Feng Yuing smiled and waved her hand. Her figure once again turned into specks of light and surged towards the ice sculpture, entering it and disappearing. Yun Nuashing sighed and looked at little Bing Air, who was still playing with her long hair in her arms. She smiled and disappeared from the ice plains with her in her arms. As the two of them left, snow began to fall from the sky and slowly covered the numerous ice sculptures. The ice field regained its silence, and no sound could be heard. The huge mansion was silent. The sun shone brightly, but there was no sign of life. In the room with the open window, she had already climbed down from Yun Nuashing's body. She was sitting at the side, recovering. Her wine-red eyes would occasionally look at the tightly shut eyes on the bed, and Lachine and the others were also quietly sitting at the side, stretching their tails and wings from time to time. The only thing that made them happy was that the snow-white hair had recovered its flowing, gorgeous color not long ago. Although they did not understand what had happened, they knew that it was a sign of improvement. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since her body had recovered, she should be able to wake up soon. Just as they were thinking so optimistically, Feng Er, who was lying on the bed, suddenly woke up. She abruptly straightened her body. Her beautiful scarlet-pink Mei Mao, which was filled with spirituality, was filled with astonishment as she stared at the bed in puzzlement. Feng Er, you're awake. Yi, she was also startled by her sudden sitting up. However, she did not think much of it and greeted her with a smile. Bang! Feng Er had just turned her head and nodded when the door to the room was kicked open. The sound of someone knocking on the door caused everyone to hurriedly turn their heads, only to see Whitey suddenly appear at the door. There was a strange look in its white tiger eyes. Before anyone could speak, Whitey's small body flashed and directly appeared at the bedside. Its tiger eyes looked strangely at Yun Nuashing, who was sleeping soundly. After a while, it raised its head and looked at Feng Er, asking in confusion, "You also felt it?" Feng Er nodded. Mei Mao stared at Yun Nuashing in confusion. "What's wrong?" Yi, she jumped down from the bed next to her, walked to Yun Nuashing's bedside, and jumped up. She tilted her head and asked in confusion. Feng Er glanced at her, and then said softly, "Something has formed a soul contract with the stars." Ah! Yi Shi and Lixin and Mei Mao were all stunned. Several pairs of bright eyes also looked at the bed in confusion. This fellow had been sleeping all this time. How could it have formed a soul contract? Ice attribute, Dragon Force, Dragon Clan, and this is the reaction of a divine beast. Whitey scratched the tiger whiskers on its face. Then its eyes narrowed, and it reached out to press on Yun Nuashing's forehead. However, before it could reach out, Feng Er quickly stretched out her jade-like hand and grabbed Whitey's wrist. Mei Mao looked at it, shook her head, and said, "Let's wait for Xingxing to wake up." Hearing this, Whitey curled its lips. However, it did not say anything. After retracting its little hand, it climbed down from the bed. Just as it was about to sit at the side, it was stunned to see that there were dots of light flickering on the bed. This caused everyone to turn their gazes. Not long after the dots of light appeared, they gathered together and formed a small ball of light. Then the ball of light shook slightly, and a little girl who was about 7 or 8 years old fell from it and sat on the bed. When Yi Shi and the others saw this scene, they could not help but be stunned. They looked at the little girl with strange expressions, and when they looked at each other, their eyes were a little blank. That aura is hers. Whitey was stunned for a moment, but it quickly reacted. After carefully sensing it, its eyes narrowed, and it said in a strange voice, "Ice Saint Dragon? Why didn't I know that there was an extra Saint Dragon beside this brat?" With his eyesight, he could naturally see through little Bing Air's original body. He was a little confused. He did not see such a little girl in Yun Nuashing's memories. Could it be something that happened after the memories were connected? When Feng Er heard the voice, she was also stunned. Then she seemed to realize something. She clapped her hands and said, "So it's her." Yi Shi and the others were dumbfounded, and Whitey was also confused. They could only look at Feng Er. The latter smiled faintly and told them what had happened in the ice field. After hearing the whole story, the way everyone looked at Little Bing Air changed slightly. Feng Er and Lixin and Mei Mao's eyes lit up, while Whitey was still looking at Little Bing Air with a strange expression. It pulled its whiskers and muttered something. "Well, we have to take care of the child again." Yi, she helplessly held her forehead. When she was not paying attention, there was another little girl. While everyone's expressions changed, Little Bing Air also blinked her big eyes and looked at everyone. Then she tilted her little head and turned around. When she saw Yun Nuashing lying peacefully on the bed, she could not help but blink. She pushed her little hand on his chest and called softly, "Mother." Hearing this somewhat tender voice, everyone's voices came to an abrupt halt. Looking at Bing Er's gaze, and then looking at Yun Nuoshing's appearance, they could not help but burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" However, they did not laugh for long before a bright light flashed in midair. The purple night flame burned in midair, and 3 words and a string of ellipses appeared. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. They quickly stopped laughing and looked down. They saw Yun Nuoshing's colorful eyes slowly open. "Mother, mother." When little Bing Er saw Yun Nuoshing open his eyes, she was very happy. She quickly threw herself into his arms and squeezed his chest with both hands. The corners of Yun Nuoshing's eyes twitched. He sighed and sat up slowly with her in his arms. When he saw everyone staring at him with strange expressions, he was also miserable and did not know what to say for a moment. "Little Bing Er, if you pinch my chest again, it will swell. Also, I'm a man." Yun Nuoshing could not speak and could only send a voice transmission to little Bing Er. He sighed helplessly. Little Bing Er looked up curiously. Her little hand grabbed Yun Nuoshing's long hair and shook it gently. She asked innocently, "Mother, where's Daddy? Why is Daddy missing?" As soon as these words were spoken, Yun Nuoshing suddenly cried out loudly in his heart, and he hurriedly turned around. As expected, he saw Yi Shi and Lachine with extremely strange expressions, and they seemed as if they'd seen something unbelievable. "Xing Xing, so you have this kind of—" Feng Er was also very surprised. The shiny red Mei Mao widened her eyes and looked at Yun Nuoshing in surprise. No. Yun Nuoshing, who knew what she was going to say, used his soul to send a voice transmission and interrupted her. Chapter 705. Yun Nuoshing woke up Xian, who was lying at the side with her messy emotions. She almost cried when she saw everyone's strange gazes. She then asked Yi Shi to call Princess Jean in. Then she slowly told them everything that happened in her soul. "Feng Yuing!" After everyone heard it, their expressions were solemn. They looked at Yun Nuoshing in disbelief. Clearly, they did not expect Ning Qianxue's words to be true. "You really are Yu Ying's reincarnation?" Little White reached out her hand and poked Yun Nuoshing's head. Her tone was filled with disbelief. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. She reached out her hands at lightning speed and pinched Little White's cheeks with all her might, pulling them to the sides. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Ah, I believe you." Whitey let out a blood-curdling scream. Every strand of hair on its slender tail stood on end, as if it was about to explode. "Ling Yuchen, he is Feng Yuying's reincarnation, and Little Star, you are the second reincarnation," Princess Jean murmured with a solemn expression. Her pretty face was extremely complicated, and Lachine, Jingyu, and the others looked at each other. Their pretty faces were also solemn. The matter of reincarnation had been confirmed, and it made their minds very confused. And Lachine did not even have the time to care about little Bing Er, who was grabbing her tail like a frisky monkey. Xian and Feng Er's eyes flashed when they heard it. They looked at each other but did not say anything. Their 4 jade hands gently combed Yun Nuoshing's long hair. However, it was clear that their emotions were in turmoil. I can guarantee that from the mythological era until now, I have never heard of anything related to heaven returning reincarnation. It should be self-created. Moreover, it has not been spread out. "No one knows about it," Little White said as she rubbed her cheeks that were red from being pinched. "If what Yuin said is true, then you might be able to use the so-called Tao fruit that Ling Yuchen left behind. You might be able to create a god spirit," Little White said seriously. Yun Nuoshing did not comment on that. According to Feng Yueying's guess, they had quite a big scheme in their first life. Perhaps it was for the sake of stepping into that supreme realm that they set up all of this. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment, then waved her hand and projected a scene in her memory into the space. Looking at the scene, it was obviously the location of the flower of life. Then she transmitted her voice. Do you know this place? Everyone looked at it attentively for a while and then shook their heads. Empress Jean sighed and said, just by looking at the scenery, you would think that it's the southern plains. However, there are some large plains in every major region. It's impossible to recognize it. The only thing that distinguishes it is the shape of the life flower. I have never seen it before. The realm of the gods is so big, we can't possibly know every place. But I will send a message back to the temple and ask them to look for it. The Golden Queen nodded. Be careful when you send the message. Once this news gets out, the entire realm of the gods will be shaken up. Little White said in a serious tone. They all knew what a fruit of life, left behind by a god, meant. If it was directly refined, it could even directly create a god. Don't worry. The news about Little Star is basically only spread among the core upper echelons of the 9 temples. The Golden Queen smiled and nodded. She also knew what this news meant. Although Feng Yueying said that only they could refine it, it was better to be safe than sorry. This is a serious matter. We have to contact Little Ning. Little White rubbed his chin and muttered. It's useless. I just tried. Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly and continued to transmit her voice. The scepter that Sister Shui gave me can contact her. However, when I just came out, it felt a little blocked. It was as if something was blocking the transmission. Maybe Sister Shui is in a more special space. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads helplessly. If they had the help of a god, their help would be much greater. Why don't I make a trip? With my speed, it would only take a little more than 2 months. With the help of the teleportation gate, it would probably only take a few days. The Silver Snake Demon Emperor suddenly said, Also, Honorable God Ning has seen us before. She should have some memory of us. Honorable God was a respectful title for God-level experts. Only God-level experts could bear such a title. If one reached the level of Heavenly God, they would be respectfully called Heavenly God. There's no rush. It won't be too late to make a move after we find that place. If Little Ning is in a place where even her own divine right weapon can't contact her, she probably isn't in the realm of the gods. Little White shook his head. Not in the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing tilted her head. Yes, in the information that everyone knows, there's a piece of information that everyone has missed. Little White nodded, then stretched out her slender finger and pointed to the sky, saying, The realm of the gods is distorted by countless space-forbidden spells, making it look no different from an ordinary planet with life. The sun rises and sets again, and so does the moon. However, in reality, very few people know that the realm of the gods is vast and boundless, so can't have such a short cycle of day and night. This is the result of the distortion of the space-forbidden spells. Of course, there are also time-forbidden spells, which are taboo things. Only the legendary, great, heavenly god of the first generation could perform them. We have traveled the galaxy and been to the world outside the realm of the gods. Naturally, we know that the realm of the gods is isolated from the outside world. Those energy messages can't be transmitted out, and the outside world can't be transmitted in. It's equivalent to being sealed. You should know the strength of the seal, Little White said casually. In other words, the current state of the realm of the gods is in seclusion. Yun Nuashing asked in surprise. It wasn't like this a long time ago. At least, the realm of the gods wasn't sealed off during the primordial era and the antiquity era. As for why it's sealed off during this era, well, I don't know either. Little White shook her head helplessly. In other words, honored God Ning has gone to the star field. Princess Jean sighed helplessly. She had returned to the realm of the gods for countless years, and she didn't know how the other places in the star field had changed. All right, the 9 deity temple will do its best to help you. You can settle your own problems with peace of mind. Leave the intelligence matters to us. If there's any news, we'll inform you immediately. Princess Jean stretched out her hand and patted Yun Nuoxing's head with a smile. Yun Nuoxing lowered her head and nodded gently. Princess Jean smiled and picked up little Bing Air. She looked at her in surprise and couldn't help but say, "This child's constitution and aptitude." Then she looked at Yun Nuoxing and joked, "You're really lucky to have such a powerful daughter." Uft! Yun Nuoxing spat out a mouthful of medicinal tea. Xian and the others' cheeks twitched. I won't disturb your rest. Recuperate early and return to the academy. Your friend came by a few days ago." Princess Jean smiled and placed little Bing Air in Yun Nuoxing's arms. Then she yawned and walked out of the room quietly. When Nuoxing and the others saw that he was fine, they smiled at him and followed Princess Jean out of the room. Little White and Yi, she also smiled strangely and walked out. The room suddenly became empty. Only Xian and Feng were sitting at the side. After little Bing Air adapted to her body, she couldn't sit still and jumped up and down. "Where are Little Moon and the others?" Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly and broke the silence among the people who just came in. He didn't see Sister Liuli and the two girls. Sister Liuli had something to do and went out. You were fiddling with the Saint Devil chessboard. When you were asleep, Lin Sheng and the others helped to send the Saint Devil chessboard over. It was said that Elder Yanfeng and the others gave special permission to use it. They said that it was equivalent to the energy value of our 2 mission rewards. Xian stroked her long hair and continued to comb Yun Nuoxing's colorful hair. Yun Nuoxing, who didn't know what to say, laughed dryly and said, "Are you all okay?" "I didn't get hurt. I was just exhausted that day. Compared to that, a certain someone who was asleep was more troublesome." Xian looked at him playfully. Then Mei Mao glanced at Feng, and said with a smile, "Am I right, Feng?" "Ah." Feng, who was still combing Yun Nuoxing's long hair, was suddenly mentioned. Her jade-like hand stiffened and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. However, it only lasted for a moment before returning to normal. Mei Mao glanced at Yun Nuoxing, who didn't move. Then, as if she didn't have any reaction, she continued combing his long hair and nodded lightly. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the 2 girls who seemed a little strange and scratched his head. Little Bing Air seemed to be tired from playing. She ran from the door of the room and jumped onto the bed. Then she hugged Yun Nuoxing and panted softly. Yun Nuoxing smiled helplessly. He freed his hands and gently stroked little Bing Air's hair. After a long time, he felt her gentle breathing. In this warm scene, little Bing Air fell asleep directly. She's still a child. Yun Nuoxing looked at her sleeping face and couldn't help but chuckle. He gently put her on his lap and covered her with his windbreaker. Then he raised his head and looked at Xian and Feng. He whispered, "Girl." And Xian and Feng raised their heads at the same time. The 2 of them were stunned. Then they looked at each other with blushing faces. Xian smiled and whispered, "What's wrong?" Yun Nuoxing turned his head and looked at them. He blinked his bright eyes and retracted one hand to cover his chest. He closed his bright eyes and felt the impact of his heartbeat. Then he suddenly smiled. Seeing him suddenly smile, Xian and Feng were a little confused. However, they didn't say anything. They could more or less feel his state of mind. "Girl," Yun Nuoxing whispered again, causing the 2 girls to turn their heads. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. His colorful eyes stared at the 2 beautiful girls. Before they could say anything, he turned his head and hugged Xian fiercely. Yun Nuoxing's sudden action also startled Xian. Her rosy little mouth let out a low cry of surprise. Then Yun Nuoxing suddenly kissed her little mouth. Xian's delicate body suddenly stiffened. A blush suddenly surged onto her beautiful face. Some shyness and affection flashed through her deep purple eyes. However, there was also a strange feeling mixed in. In her memory, Yun Nuashing didn't seem to have taken the initiative to kiss her, but soon she threw this doubt away. Mei Mao was quickly occupied by a misty feeling. Her lily-white hands naturally rested on Yun Nuashing's shoulders. Their eyes met for a moment. She vaguely seemed to see a deeply hidden affection flash through his eyes. However, that affection was so deeply hidden that Zian, who was a little dizzy, wasn't sure if it was an illusion or not. Feng, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but blush when she saw this fiery scene. She quickly turned her face away, not wanting to look at this scene. Her heart was thumping, and her beautiful face was as red as blood. After a full quarter of an hour, Zian was almost out of breath. Only then did Yun Nuashing gently release his petal-like, soft little mouth. Looking at Zian, whose cheeks were flushed red and looked exceptionally beautiful and alluring, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. He rubbed her face with his hands and smiled mysteriously. Turning his head, Yun Nuashing saw that Feng's jade-like neck was dyed red. Even the tips of her delicate ears were red. Amused, he transmitted his voice. Feng, it's about time to turn around. Hearing this, Feng's delicate body trembled slightly. The expression on her beautiful face changed slightly. Then, she took a deep breath and slowly suppressed the blush on her face. After a while, she turned her head. However, just as Feng turned her head, she saw Yun Nuashing's bewitching smile. A sense of unease immediately surged in her heart. Just as she was about to stand up, she was suddenly hugged by two hands. Then, she was forcefully pulled into his embrace, causing her to let out a low moan. Before she could react, her slightly raised vermilion lips were violently bitten. Wu, facing Yun Nuashing's sudden attack, Feng's delicate body instantly stiffened. The blood-red color that she had just suppressed quickly spread up her slender, jade-like neck like a spreading flame. It directly reached her delicate earlobes before stopping. Her jade-like arms were also frantically swinging, pressing against Yun Nuashing's chest as if she wanted to break free. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't exert any strength. She was clearly a divine emperor expert, who was many times stronger than Yun Nuashing. However, that kind of strength had completely disappeared at this moment. After struggling for a while, she could only helplessly put her hands on his shoulders and squeeze slightly. A feeling that she had never felt before rose from the bottom of her heart. It gathered together like a stream of water and quietly bloomed, illuminating her heart slightly. Feng's delicate body became exceptionally hot. Her pair of crystal-like crimson eyes were rippling with a little mist at this moment. Mei Mao imperceptibly flashed across the depths of her heart as a thick wave of affection surged out like a tide. Zian looked at this scene in surprise. She smoothed her slightly messy hair and then looked at this scene with a smile. Although she didn't know what Yun Nuashing had experienced and what he was thinking, looking at the situation, it seemed that he had slightly let go of his feelings. She didn't understand, and Feng, who was in a daze, was even more confused. The two girls, who were usually incomparably intelligent, couldn't understand at this moment. Even Yun Nuashing herself couldn't figure it out. That day, when the three of them were wielding the divine sword, because of the resonance of their soul power, borrowing the power of the divine sword to pierce through the void, as well as the soul power of several people, they unintentionally caused a crack to appear in the deepest part of his heart. The two girls just happened to go forward to share the backlash because of their feelings for him, and by a stroke of luck, they managed to leave that mark there. Although it didn't touch the bottom of his heart, there was still some progress. However, since the mark was left, there would be countless opportunities to get closer. The road is long. How could nothing happen? Ha 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 ha. In the world of ice and snow, Feng Yuan murmured with a faint smile. She stretched her back and stood up. She stretched her arms and couldn't help but laugh. How many people can escape from the calamity of love? No matter how hard your heart is, there will always be someone who can touch the softest part of your heart. When that time comes, the iron will turn into stone, and the sea and sky will boil, just to protect that hard-won result. Life is short. Fall in love, young man. Chapter 706. Yun Nuashing was also a little surprised by his own actions. It was as if he couldn't understand himself. Sometimes, some of his actions were done according to his heart, and his brain didn't process them. By the time he came back to his senses, he had already done it. Perhaps he was also hiding his own feelings. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing threw this thought out of his mind. He glanced at Feng Er, whose breathing had become slightly rapid, and smiled faintly. After a few more minutes, he gently let her go. He ran his hands through Feng Er's slightly messy hair, and when he saw her dazed Mei-Mao, he couldn't help but lick his lips. As if he hadn't had enough, he lowered his head and kissed her pink lips a few more times. Yun Nuashing gently held Feng Er's jade-like hands, and their fingers intertwined. He turned around and saw Ziyin smiling at him and Feng Er. His brain twitched, and he used his remaining right hand to hug her and kiss her again. Ziyin also looked at Mei-Mao in a daze and responded very cooperatively. After a long time, when the two girls' faces were flushed red, Yun Nuashing finally came back to his senses. He looked at the two of them and couldn't help but smile faintly. This should be the deepest feelings buried in their hearts. There was still a long way to go in the future, and the two of them would always be by his side. What are you laughing at? Ziyin stroked her long hair and saw Yun Nuashing staring at her with a faint smile. She also smiled faintly and reached out her other hand to scratch his nose. Nothing, I just feel like laughing. Yun Nuashing shook his head with a faint smile. You stole Feng Er's first kiss. You have to make it up to her. Ziyin smiled mischievously. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing turned his head and looked at Feng Er, who was blushing because of Ziyin's words. When she saw him looking at her, she was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in her chest. Yun Nuashing smiled mischievously. Both of his hands were holding a soft, jade-like hand, and he couldn't free his hands. He could only stretch his neck, open his mouth, and gently blow on Feng Er's earlobe. With a mischievous smile, he transmitted his voice. How do you want me to compensate you? Feng Er let out a lovely moan as her entire body became numb after being blown by the warm wind. When she heard the words that were filled with evil laughter, the embarrassment in her heart soared. The bright redness directly moved down her neck, and even her snow-like small hands were dyed pink. Ahem, I'll stop fooling around. Seeing that Feng Er couldn't take the teasing, Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and shook his head. Then he gently let go of their hands and carefully picked up little Bing Er. He flipped over and placed her on the bed. Looking at the two girls, he smiled and said, You've worked hard for the past month. Take a rest. I'll go out and take a look. I'll go back after you've rested. After saying that, he reached out and rubbed their heads, then slowly walked out of the room. But just as he closed the door, Yun Nuashing's beautiful face suddenly turned bright red. Even the tips of his ears were completely red. He also helplessly smiled bitterly. She really inadvertently caused trouble. After patting his red cheeks to suppress the blush, Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief and slowly walked to the other rooms in the mansion. As the door was gently closed, Ziyin and Feng Er breathed a sigh of relief. When they heard the sound, they looked at each other again. Then, a little embarrassed, their restless hearts slowly relaxed. Feng Er, what do you think is wrong with little Star? Ziyin asked softly. She lowered her head and gently stroked little Bing Er's blue-blonde hair. I don't know. Xing Xing has never done such a thing to me. Feng Er and Mei-Mao's eyes flickered. They also didn't know what to say. They pressed their hands on their chest. Their hearts were still beating rapidly at this moment. You also like little Star, right? Ziyin rested her chin on her hand. Mei-Mao looked at Feng Er. Seeing the slightly complicated expression on her face, she couldn't help but chuckle. Feng Er's expression changed slightly. Some shyness flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. Then there was joy, and also a little confusion. After a long while, she finally made a sound as soft as a mosquito. Ha! Seeing the changes in Feng Er's expression, Xian couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. After a while, she pretended to be angry and said, "He got off too easy." Hearing this, Feng Er tilted her head. Seeing her playful appearance, her beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she said with a faint smile, "Ziyan is the one. Isn't this the scene you've been waiting for a long time? You also said that you wouldn't care about the others around him." "That's what I said." Xian's pretty face turned slightly red. She nodded and muttered, "I'm jealous, humph." Feng Er smiled slightly. Although Xian said so, there wasn't much emotion in the latter's eyes. It seemed that, as she said at the beginning, she didn't care too much. She didn't care about herself. She didn't care about anything. She just silently said in her heart, "Stupid Xingxing." Yun Nuoxing, who was wandering in the mansion, suddenly sneezed. She raised her head in confusion, wiped her nose, paused for a moment, and then slowly walked around again. But after walking around for a long time, she felt a little helpless. The huge mansion seemed very deserted. Yi Shi was in closed-door training to consolidate her breakthrough to the God Emperor realm. She had gone to the mountains to undergo her tribulation. The Golden Crown Princess and Lachine and the Empress had left to gather information. Yuan Shi and Nightmare were also in closed-door training. Little Moon and Ewer had left a note and disappeared. In another secret room, there was a brilliant golden light surging. She could feel the power of talismans surging in it. Standing outside the secret room, Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and opened her evil spirit eye. She looked inside and saw a huge furnace burning with flames. She could also see a green, crystal-like object spinning in the furnace. In the flames, green talismans were constantly being calcined by the flames. Finally, they surged into the green crystal. In other parts of the furnace, she could see some materials that looked like Xian crystals and contained life aura. Those talismans were formed by the energy of these materials. Oh, this is alchemy. It seems to be similar to alchemy, but also completely different. Yun Nuoxing looked at the talismans attentively and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A moment later, he turned his gaze around. There was an exquisite and slender figure beside the stove. Her black dress was drenched in sweat, tightly sticking to her delicate body, accentuating her impressive curves. Her willow-like waist was tightly bound by a belt, causing it to be so small that it could not be held with a single hand. Yun Nuoxing stole a few glances and then turned her gaze away. Qin Yen was currently closing her Mei Mao tightly. Fragrant sweat flowed down her forehead like water, along her slender jade neck, and fell into her dress. Her serene and beautiful face naturally revealed a sense of emptiness. But at this moment, her beautiful face was completely pale. Her pearly white teeth were tightly biting her red lips. The energy gushing out of her delicate body had begun to become somewhat intermittent. Alchemy and alchemy are both activities that exhaust one's physical strength. Qin Lass seems to be unable to hold on any longer. Although I don't understand alchemy, from the energy fluctuations, it should be of high quality. With the lass's devil rank 5 seal. 5 seals? Yun Nuoxing naturally used his evil spirit eye to analyze. When he saw Qin Yan's cultivation realm, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He hadn't returned for 2 to 3 months, so how could she have already obtained 5 seals? However, the energy of 5 seals of the 7th revolution isn't enough. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head as he shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed that he had brought Qin Yan, Yuan Shi, and the rest all over the world, which had caused their cultivation progress to fall behind by quite a bit. If not, Yun Nuoxing didn't believe that they would be inferior to the top 3 on the devil rankings of the Yuanguang Academy. Just as he was inwardly muttering to himself, A violent flame aura suddenly came from the secret chamber, causing Yin Nuashing to be startled. He hurriedly emptied his mind and focused his attention on the secret chamber. In the secret chamber, he could see boundless energy emerging from the ground, transforming into billowing, milky, white flames. That was the dragon vein of Xiaoguang City. Qin Yan possessed the metal element, so she had to borrow the dragon vein fire for alchemy. Just as Yin Nuashing was absent-minded for a moment, the dragon vein fire suddenly went berserk. The energy that had been suppressing them seemed to have weakened a lot, which caused the flames to go berserk. However, this didn't last for long. Yun Nuashing felt an even more powerful mental energy completely suppressing it within the furnace. The flames that had already erupted from the furnace were once again withdrawn. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. However, just as he thought that it was safe, the green crystal suddenly erupted with an abnormally bright radiance. The green runes that were continuously pouring in also suddenly went berserk, causing his expression to freeze. Bang! A series of muffled sounds rang out in the furnace. The previously stable runes began to tremble uncontrollably. Even the green crystal trembled violently, as if it had lost control. Qin Yan also sensed the situation. Mei Mao abruptly opened her eyes. She wiped the sweat from her face with her jade-like hand and clenched her teeth. The black gem-like Mei Mao was filled with unwillingness. At this moment, the mental energy in her mind poured out without any regard for anything else. She even canceled her own defenses. Under the suppression of the enormous mental energy, the furnace that had been on the verge of going berserk abruptly stabilized. The turbulent dragon vein fire and green crystal calmed down once again, causing Qin Yan to let out a sigh of relief. Outside the door, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for her. This girl was too reckless. If the furnace had exploded just now, she would definitely have suffered serious injuries from the backlash in a situation where she didn't have any defenses. Mei Mao stared intently at the situation within the furnace. After observing for a while, it seemed that she didn't discover any other problems. Qin Yan let out a sigh of relief. Her jade-like hand formed a seal slightly. The mental energy that poured out from her body firmly suppressed the green runes and pulled them all into the green crystal. Only when the runes were completely withdrawn into the crystal did she let out a sigh of relief. Buzz! However, just as she let out a sigh of relief, a buzzing sound suddenly penetrated through the secret chamber. Yun Nuashing, who had just turned her head, was also alarmed. She turned her head and saw that the stable, milky white flame within the furnace had suddenly become crazy. It erupted like a volcano. Qin Yan, who was the closest to the furnace, naturally also felt this activity. Mei Mao paused and hurriedly threw herself into the furnace. The milky white flame that soared to the sky seemed to have been condensed for a very long time. At this moment, it was the time for it to completely erupt. This activity was just like a bomb that had been detonated in a sealed place. Flames and shock waves that had nowhere to escape surged out from the mouth of the furnace. When she saw the milky white flame that surged out from the furnace in all directions, Qin Yan's pretty face turned slightly pale. She hurriedly maneuvered the little remaining demonic qi and mental energy in her body and swiftly agglomerated into an energy barrier in front of her. The energy barrier appeared somewhat dim and not solid. After a long period of refining, she had reached the stage where she was like a lamp that had run out of oil. At this moment, this was all the defense that she could take out in her hurried state. Crack! The moment the milky white flame shockwave came into contact with the dim barrier, it smashed through it with an unstoppable force, shattering it into mottled white fragments that filled the sky. Qin Yan, who was hiding behind the barrier, was completely exposed to its monstrous power. If it were any other time, she would definitely not be afraid of the backlash from the flames. However, at this moment, she no longer had the slightest bit of strength to resist. Under the impact of the berserk flames, she could only close her beautiful eyes in despair. The surging milky white flame appeared to be in an all-encompassing manner as it mercilessly swept towards Qin Yan. Under this frightening force, the already powerless Qin Yan could only tightly shut Mei Mao. However, just as she was prepared to use her physical body to forcefully resist the backlash from the flame suddenly froze. The milky white flame trembled violently, and its glow completely dimmed. That appearance was as though it had seen the most frightening thing. Subsequently, it suddenly shrank back into the furnace within a breath's time. Chapter 707. The flames that blotted out the sky and covered the earth contained an extremely violent energy. That energy was enough to seriously injure anyone who was caught off guard by the flames. Qin Yan was already prepared to withstand the impact, but just as she was waiting anxiously for the flames to engulf her, the flames suddenly dissipated. "Little girl, what are you doing?" Qin Yan was also taken aback by the lack of backlash from the blazing flames. Then she heard a reproachful voice. The voice was as gentle as the wind, like that of a 16-year-old girl. It sounded a little unfamiliar, but at the same time familiar. Furthermore, the voice came directly from her heart, not from her ears. Qin Yan opened her eyes in astonishment. Then she saw a slender figure half squatting in front of her. The figure was wearing a loose black windbreaker that dragged on the ground. The figure's long, colorful hair was like clouds and silk, flowing with colors. It was gorgeous and lustrous, and there was a trace of anger on the figure's cute and delicate face. Even though she was angry, she still looked very beautiful. The figure's eyes, which were as clear and pure as glass, stared straight at Qin Yan. Staring into those bright eyes, one could feel the emptiness of nature and the eternity of the star domain. It was a pair of very beautiful eyes, comparable to a priceless work of art. It had to be said that this little girl was really very beautiful, whether it was her appearance or her ethereal temperament. Even Qin Yan felt a little moved when she saw her. However, she was very curious at this moment. Who was this girl? The entire residence was surrounded by Yi's protective array. Without special skills, one should not be able to enter. Moreover, what did she call her just now? Little girl? This girl looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. Why did she call her little girl? However, Qin Yan still felt that something was not right, especially the head of colorful hair. It slowly overlapped with the figure hidden in her heart. She only came to her senses at this moment and called out hesitantly, "Young Master Yan!" "Who else do you think it is?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. During the few seconds of hesitation just now, he had seen the shock, astonishment, and confusion in Qin Yan's eyes. He instantly understood what was going on and couldn't help but let out a sigh. However, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, he was used to it. He extended a slender finger and lightly flicked Qin Yan's smooth forehead. Then, after a sigh, he transmitted his voice. "What are you doing? When the flames went berserk a minute ago, you clearly could have saved some energy to retract the flames and give up on this alchemy. There's not enough energy left, but you stubbornly insisted on continuing the refinement. If I didn't come today, wouldn't I have been burned alive?" After being flicked on the forehead like he was treating a child, and his tone had a hint of reprimand, Qin Yan's pretty face blushed slightly. A trace of panic imperceptibly flowed through Mei Mao's eyes, but she returned to normal after a moment. She lowered her head and softly said, "I've already failed many times. It's rare for me to have a sign of success this time. How can I give up? In the first test, there's a new requirement for me. Before I advance to the 7th seal of the devil rank, I have to be able to refine top-grade, high-grade gems. And this..." Qin Yan sighed and waved her jade-like hand. A green crystal floated out of the furnace. The majestic aura of life made Yun Nuashing slightly surprised. Ding! Extending her slender finger and gently flicking the crystal, Qin Yan bitterly smiled and said, This is only a top-grade, high-grade gem. There's a long way to go before it's a top-grade, high-grade gem. Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Seeing her tired expression, he didn't know what to say. After a moment of hesitation, he let out a sigh and slowly reached out his hands. They circled around Qin Yan's back and legs, and before she could react, he gently lifted her off the ground. Ah! Startled by Yun Nuoxing's sudden movement, Qin Yan let out a cry of surprise as she reflexively wrapped her arms around Yun Nuoxing's neck. When she came to her senses, she hurriedly let go of Yun Nuoxing's hand, and her pretty face instantly turned bright red. The blush on her pretty face lit up the entire room. "Put me down. I can walk on my own." Qin Yan struggled slightly as she placed her jade-like hands on Yun Nuoxing's chest and tried to push him away. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't exert any strength. Her pretty face became even redder, and even her voice became as soft as a mosquito's. "Oh." Yun Nuoxing raised his head slightly and then transmitted his voice very seriously. "Then jump down by yourself." Hearing this, Qin Yan's delicate body trembled. Mei Mao's eyes were filled with some fog. This guy clearly knew that she had no strength. Yet he still said this. Wasn't he bullying her? Lowering his head, Yun Nuoxing saw that she was blushing and did not say anything. He also sighed and did not say anything. He directly carried her and walked out. When Qin Yan saw this, she knew that it was useless to protest. She could only give up. After hesitating for a while, she raised her jade-like arms and gently wrapped them around his neck. The journey back to her room was not very long. Yun Nuoxing also took this time to talk about the important things that happened in the past 3 months. Qin Yan was slightly absent-minded. When she listened, she also responded very mechanically. However, after responding, she seemed to have reacted and hurriedly said something else. This made Yun Nuoxing feel very awkward. He thought that she did not want to hear him talk about things, so he had no choice but to shut up. After the voice in her heart was completely cut off, Qin Yan was slightly flustered. Mei Mao raised her head slightly. When she saw Yun Nuoxing's helpless face, her pretty face turned even redder. A crimson red spread all the way down her jade-like neck like a burning cloud. Because of the strange atmosphere, both of them shut up. Although they knew why Yun Nuoxing only used telepathy, they felt even more awkward at this moment. It was only a short distance of about 100 meters, but it felt like they had walked 1,000 miles. However, no matter how long 1,000 miles was, there was still an end. Not long after, Yun Nuoxing found Qin Yan's room. He squeezed the door open with his back and placed her firmly on the bed. After thinking for a while, he threw a scroll to her and gave her a few reminders before leaving safely. After watching Yun Nuoxing close the door and the sound of his footsteps gradually fade away, Qin Yan's breathing became rapid. Her heart was thumping wildly like a deer, causing her head to feel slightly numb. She quickly patted her chest with her jade-like hand and took a few deep breaths. Only then did she calm down a little. Suppressing her restless heartbeat, Qin Yan smiled bitterly. Mei Mao looked at the scroll in her hand with a complicated expression. Her pupils shrank slightly. After a while, she let out a long sigh and casually put it away. She slowly sat cross-legged on the bed and recovered the huge amount of energy she had just consumed. After walking out of Qin Yan's room, Yun Nuoxing turned around and looked at the tightly shut door. He sighed and shook his head lightly. Then he lifted his feet and walked towards the main hall of the residence in boredom. Ping ling pang lang. Bang. Just as he walked to the door, before he even pushed it open, he heard a series of banging sounds coming from the main hall. It was as if a few 100 kilograms of scrap metal had been knocked together. Among the chaotic sounds, there were 2 exclamations. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Were they Little Moon and Yor? Bang. Although he didn't know what was going on inside, Yun Nuoxing couldn't care less when he heard another banging sound. He kicked the door open, and just as he stepped in, he was stunned. The main hall was very messy. The tables, chairs, and sofas that were originally neatly placed had been put away. In the vast main hall, there was a large pile of copper and iron wares that were lying around. In one corner, there was even a pile of scrap metal that was piled up into a small mountain. Yun Nuashing looked at the pile of scrap metal in the main hall with a dumbfounded expression. The iron scraps and copper scraps were piled up to the height of his calf. When he kicked the door open, a large pile of things poured out of the main hall, and a series of banging sounds rang out. Ouch! 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 Just as he was stunned, a pile of copperware suddenly wriggled in the middle of the main hall. There was even a sound that rang out. He quickly looked over and hurriedly walked over. The wriggling pile of copperware suddenly broke open, and copperwares flew everywhere. Then he saw two petite figures struggling to stand up in that area. Their white dress and green dress fluttered in the wind. There was also a slender ponytail with a crescent hair accessory. Other than Little Moon, who else could it be? The little fairy dancing in the white dress was naturally Yuer, who had been inseparable from Little Moon since some time ago. Yuer, what are you doing? Yun Nuashing wrinkled his nose. He slightly released the power of the stars and pushed away the copperwares that were piled up all over the floor. His footsteps were much faster, and he soon reached the two of them. Big Brother Yin. When Little Moon and Yuer saw who it was, they were first shocked. However, when they saw that it was Yun Nuashing, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then they giggled and gently called out to him. Their jade-like hands pushed away the pile of copperwares. The two of them directly pounced on him and acted coquettishly for a while. Yun Nuashing smiled gently and reached out to rub the two girls' heads and faces. However, when he lowered his head, he saw that the two girls' clothes were messy and even slightly damaged. Their exposed jade-like arms and slender legs were also bruised. He could not help but be stunned and frown slightly. What happened to the two of you? Yun Nuashing's heart ached as he grabbed Little Moon's arm and gently rolled up her sleeve. There was a palm-sized bruise on her delicate arm. His heart ached when he saw it. This is... Little Moon wanted to pull her arm out in a panic, but Yun Nuashing held it tightly. When she saw him staring at it attentively, Mei Mao also felt shy and nervous. She was afraid that Yun Nuashing would scold her. Yun Nuashing glanced at her and did not say anything. The wood elements in his body surged slightly and very gently entered Little Moon's arm. A rich vitality filled the air. The bruise also quietly faded under the gentle touch of the wood elements. In just a few breaths, it returned to its original snow-white appearance. After treating the injuries on Little Moon's body, Yun Nuashing pulled Yu into his arms without any explanation. This girl's shoulder was even swollen. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing's heart ached to death. He also hurriedly treated her injuries. Seeing that the injuries on her body had recovered in a short while, Yu's beautiful eyes flickered gently. Soon after, her mouth parted into a smile. She stood on her tiptoes, and her soft red lips gently touched Yun Nuashing's face. With a lovely smile, she said, "Thank you, Big Brother Yin." When Little Moon saw this, she exclaimed softly. After thinking for a moment, Mei Mao suddenly stood on her tiptoes and stretched out her jade-like arms. Under Yun Nuashing's shocked gaze, she directly hugged his neck. Then her slightly curled red lips imprinted on his lips in the most impulsive way. Sister Yuer, you broke the rules. Seeing this scene, Yuer's pretty face turned red. She hurriedly stretched out her jade-like hands and pulled Yun Nuashing and Little Moon away before they could react. She angrily shouted, "We agreed not to lay our hands on Big Brother Yin. You broke the rules." Only then did Little Moon realize what she had done. Her beautiful face suddenly turned red, and she quickly covered her blushing face with her jade-like hands. "Lay our hands on you." When Yun Nuashing came to his senses, he sensitively caught something. His cheeks twitched, and then he narrowed his eyes slightly. His body exuded the majesty of an elder brother. He looked at the two naughty girls with a dangerous gaze and said with an evil smile, "What did you guys agree on?" When they sensed that Yun Nuashing's aura had become dangerous, Little Moon and Yu suddenly shivered. Two pairs of Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing, who was like a great demon king, in horror. They couldn't help but scream. Their legs went soft, and they knelt on the ground. They trembled like frightened little animals, and their eyes turned misty. Saint Devil chessboard? Yun Nuashing took the item that Yu handed to him carefully and lowered his head to take a look. It was a circular chessboard. On the surface of the chessboard was a yin-yang pattern. However, the original white color of the yin-yang pattern was now occupied by gold. The other half was black, and it was extremely dark. The darkness seemed to be wriggling. Yes, Brother Lin Sheng and Sister Mingyu sent it to us. They said that the elders allowed it. They used the mission rewards of Brother Yun and Sister Xian to offset it. Yu nodded her head gently. She held Yun Nuashing's arm and shook it. She even rubbed her face against his chest. Yun Nuashing could not bear to teach them a lesson. He did not even scold them. He only gently reminded them twice. This made the two little girls feel as if they had been pardoned. They nodded their heads vigorously, like little chicks pecking at rice. At the same time, they happily stuck out their tongues. The big brother in their hearts was this good old man who had never taught them a lesson. This isn't a weapon. It looks like something special from ancient times. Yun Nuashing flipped the chessboard over and over again. There was a galaxy on the back of the chessboard. It seemed to point to the vast and boundless sea of stars. Yes, the Saint Devil chessboard is an item, not a weapon. This item has a certain reputation in the demon world. It is the inherited item of the Saint Devil tribe. However, it was lost with the destruction of the Saint Devil tribe in ancient times. As Yu spoke, she stretched out her slender finger and drew circles on Yun Nuashing's stomach. She said softly, the Saint Devil tribe was one of the strongest tribes at that time. They had never fallen out of the top 10 tribes in the demon world. However, they were much weaker than our family. Our family had always occupied the second place. Forever second place. Yun Nuashing originally wanted to say this. However, when he saw Yuer's excited expression, he didn't say it. He smiled and rubbed her head. Then he indicated for her to continue. Yes, the decline of the Saint Devil tribe was due to their failure in attacking the divine world. At that time, the proud and arrogant Saint Devil tribe didn't listen to the proposal of the demon world's parliament. They rushed into the divine world alone. In the end, they were beaten to a pulp by the experts of the divine world. Only a few of their tribe members managed to escape. Yun Nuashing and Little Moon couldn't help but blush with shame. They dared to attack the divine world alone. Should they say that the Saint Devil tribe was proud and arrogant? Or was it because they were too confident in themselves? However, from this, one could see the strength of the Saint Devil tribe. In history, there had never been a tribe that dared to attack the divine world alone. The battle strength of the entire tribe must have reached a certain level for them to dare to do such a thing. After that, there's nothing much to talk about. The old haunt of the Saint Devil tribe was cleaned up by the other experts of the demon world. However, no one found the Saint Devil chessboard. For this reason, the old haunt of the Saint Devil tribe was dug up several thousand layers. Every year, there would be a big project to dig up that place. Yuer said tenderly, "This is it." Yun Nuashing raised the Saint Devil chessboard in his hand. He was somewhat puzzled. Chapter 708. The Saint Devil chessboard surface was like a yin-yang diagram, while the back was a vast star field. As it swayed, it seemed that the star field was also shaking. The star field was filled with an ancient and eternal aura, but the yin-yang diagram was completely silent. There was no luster, as if it was just a simple picture. We couldn't find this chessboard at the old site of the Saint Devil clan. Many people in the demon world speculated that it might have been lost in the Myriad God world after the Saint Devil clan was defeated. However, the Myriad God world was so huge, and the demon world had never conquered the Myriad God world, so this matter was gradually forgotten. The people of the Myriad God world might also know about this Saint Devil chessboard, but they couldn't open it, so it wasn't very famous. Yu-Er smiled tenderly as she shook Yin Nuoxing's arm, while her other hand gently took the chessboard. Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly. So, what's the use of this thing? Yun Nuoxing asked curiously. Something that could make the entire demon world think about it must be very useful. As for why it fell into the hands of the Myriad God world and was unknown, it should be because there were some protective measures that prevented the people of the Myriad God world from opening it. Yu-Er laughed tenderly. She winked at Mei Mao and gave Little Moon a look. The latter had just recovered from her shyness, and when she saw the look, hesitation appeared on her face. However, when she saw Yun Nuoxing's curious look, her hesitation disappeared in an instant. She nodded and gently held the latter's arm. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at the two girls strangely. The two pairs of Mei Mao's eyes were as bright as stars, and they were filled with playfulness. Looking at them, he felt a little uneasy. What were these two girls up to now? Yu-Er's little mouth moved slightly, and a demonic sound came out of her cherry mouth. The syllables were very strange, and it didn't seem like an ordinary language. Yun Nuoxing couldn't understand it for a long time. However, he didn't need to understand it. When Yu-Er chanted the demonic sound, Yun Nuoxing saw the yin-yang diagram on the Saint Devil chessboard seem to come alive. It emitted bursts of light and immediately began to revolve around the center. The change of the yin-yang diagram made Yun Nuoxing slightly narrowed his eyes. Just as he raised his vigilance, Yu-Er's thumb lightly brushed across her index finger, and a drop of bright red blood. Red blood. At first glance, the blood was no different from that of an ordinary person's blood, but there were two billowing waves of demonic energy surging around it, as if it was a demon's blood. Beep! The drop of demonic blood landed on the yin-yang diagram, and a small flower of blood splattered. Then the surface of the yin-yang diagram rippled like a mirror, and circles of ripples continuously spread out. After the drop of blood landed on the yin-yang diagram, the yin-yang diagram suddenly enlarged a lot. The dazzling black and gold light made Yun Nuoxing habitually close his eyes. After a long time, when the light gradually dimmed, Yun Nuoxing's eyes rolled twice, and only then did he open his eyes. When he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned, and a strange sound came from his throat. What appeared in front of him was a vast and boundless starry sky. Various colors of light lingered in the galaxy, and the starlight that filled the sky couldn't illuminate this eternal night background. Under this colorful starry sky, there are countless huge meteorites and rubble scattered around Yun Nuoxing, covering an area of thousands of miles. Those rubble and meteorites wandered aimlessly in this starry sky, spinning around this meteorite belt. Occasionally, they would collide and send another huge rock into the pitch-black starry sky, becoming another eternal wanderer in the boundless starry sky. This is really spectacular. Looking at this starry sky that couldn't be any more real, Yun Nuoxing finally couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Whether it was the starry sky background or the group of meteorites, they all looked incomparably real. He even reached out to touch a huge rock not far away, and an extremely cold temperature spread from his palm, causing him to shiver violently. No wonder it was so real, it was really a rock. Where are you guys? Yun Nuoxing shouted subconsciously, and then he was a little surprised. Since he could speak, he shouldn't be in a physical state, but a spiritual body or a spiritual body. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but scratch his head when he didn't get any response after shouting. The two girls disappeared after he came in. Could it be that they were teleported away? Boom! However, his doubts only lasted for a moment when he heard a roar coming from afar, and it also stunned him. Only then did he realize that one shouldn't be able to speak in the starry sky, and there was probably a mystery in this place. Yun Nuashing turned his gaze to the direction of the roar. Not long after, he saw a huge cold rock among the meteorites, and it was hurtling towards him. That meteorite was as big as a loft, and its huge size and speed made Yun Nuashing feel a little oppressed, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. "Brother Yin, come up." Yun Nuashing's bright eyes paused just as he stepped back. He looked up and saw Yor and Little Moon hurriedly waving at him from the meteorite that was rushing towards him. He was stunned for a moment, but he didn't hesitate. When the meteorite was not far away from him, he gently jumped up and landed on the meteorite. For small hands uniformly supported Yun Nuashing to sit down. Yor directly stuck to his body and then said in a charming voice, "The Saint Devil chessboard contains a real starry sky, and it's not man-made." It said that the experts of the Saint Devil clan forcibly moved a starry sky into the chessboard. Moreover, this starry sky is very vast, and it's very easy to get lost. If you want to go deep into other places, you have to rely on the meteorites that are roaming in the starry sky. However, we came in as spiritual bodies, so we can leave at any time, and we don't have to worry about getting lost, Yor said with a smile. Aye. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he was a little shocked. To be able to move a starry sky into the chessboard, he was afraid that it was an existence of a high-level god. Perhaps it was an expert who was close to the level of a god, like the owner of the maze. We, the people of the demon world, pay attention to the cultivation of the spirit. We don't care about the soul, so we can't control the elemental power between heaven and earth. Even if we rely on our powerful spirit, we can only borrow a little bit of it, Yor said softly. Yun Nuashing nodded. The experts of the divine world paid attention to the comprehensive power of cultivation. The body, spirit, and soul were all involved. If they didn't do this, they wouldn't be able to control the elemental power. After all, it was one of the energies that created heaven and earth. In the dark, starry sky, huge meteorites were rampaging, and small stones were sent flying as they flew endlessly through the starry sky. In the starry sky, there was no concept of time. They could only vaguely feel the passage of time, but they didn't know how much time had passed. The journey was boring and monotonous. The meteorites flew very fast, but in this vast starry sky, it seemed very slow. Along the way, they would occasionally see some balls of light. Yun Nuashing opened his evil spirit eye and looked over. Within the balls of light, he saw palaces and mountains that rose from the ground. It was obvious that they had been moved here by someone. Those were thrown into the Saint Demon chessboard by the experts of the Saint Demon clan. It can be said that they touched the deepest foundation of the clan. Sister Yu, and I have seen some of the palaces. There are very powerful restrictions. We have to obtain the right to control the Saint Demon chessboard before we can touch those things, Yor and Meimao said, looking at those balls of light. Although he didn't know how deep the so-called foundation was, Yun Nuashing could roughly guess. The position of the Saint Demon clan, when placed in the myriad god realm, was estimated to be in the ranks of the transcendent forces. It might even be similar to the 8 ancient families. Their foundation must be very strong. If news were to spread, the great army of the demon realm would probably come out in full force. Not long after, a huge star appeared in front of them. The sea was blue, and the land was filled with greenery. It gave off a primitive and natural feeling. The meteorite that Yun Nuashing and the others were riding was also rushing towards the huge star. The corner of Yun Nuashing's eyes twitched. Although the meteorite they were riding was very big, it was as small as an ant in front of the huge star in front of them. It was inconspicuous, just like the rocks that were hit by the meteorite earlier. But this time, it seemed that they were going to hit the huge star. Seeing that something was wrong, Yun Nuashing hugged the 2 girls tightly with both hands. With a stomp of his feet, he left the huge meteorite and floated into the space of the star field. As for the meteorite, due to this stomp and the gravitational pull of the star, its speed became many times faster. It directly rushed into the atmosphere of the star and burned with bright flames. There was even a long tail of flames behind it. It was extremely gorgeous. Yun Nuashing thought that the meteorite would crash into the ground of the star, but she didn't expect that the meteorite would burn up in the atmosphere before it even got close to the ground. Not even a bit of it was left. There is also a restriction here. Yun Nuashing glanced at it and said softly, "You are knotted." Mei Mao looked around nearby, then pulled her and Little Moon with her jade-like hand and jumped onto another huge meteorite that brushed past the star. The meteorite was very close to the star and almost fell into the atmosphere. There was a long tail of energy behind it, but in the end, it didn't fall into the star. It just flew close to it and rushed into the space of the star field again. It took Yun Nuashing and the others and rushed into the unknown space. In the following time, Yun Nuashing and the others repeatedly changed meteorites. In fact, didn't know how big the star field was or what was in its specific location. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble and rely on meteorites to try their luck. Perhaps they were lucky. After 3 days of boring travel, they finally saw a very strange place. The blue light emitted from the distant star field dyed this place blue. In the center of that area, there were meteorite fragments that carried energy flying out. The moment these fragments left, they would turn into small meteorites and charge into the star field, becoming a member of the endless meteorites that roamed the star field. We're here. I'm so tired." Seeing the area covered by energy, Yu-Er jumped up in surprise. Then she rubbed her small waist and mumbled to herself. It had been hard on them for the past 3 days. I was your pillow and doll. But you didn't say anything. You're the only one who doesn't have a reason to say that, right? Yun Nuashing and Little Moon said almost at the same time. The former was helpless, while the latter was a little dissatisfied. In the past 3 days, Yun Nuashing took them to change meteorites. Little Moon was a little more obedient, while Yu-Er pestered Yun Nuashing all the time. She jumped up and down to play, making him feel bitter and loving at the same time. However, Yun Nuashing's little face was a little resentful. When these 2 sentences came out, Yun Nuashing was also stunned. She looked at the blushing Little Moon with a strange gaze. Yu also glanced at her with a grin, then jumped into the latter's arms and played with her while laughing. Yun Nuashing stole a glance at the erotic scene of the 2 girls whispering into each other's ears. She coughed dryly, and her pretty face was a little red. However, she didn't think too much about it. Her colorful eyes quickly turned to the area where the energy was scattered. In the middle of the energy fog, she could vaguely see an altar. The altar was only a few meters tall and 1,000 feet wide. It was a neat, round platform, and there were stone pillars erected at the edge. Clusters of flames rose from the stone pillars. There was only a gap on the round platform that allowed people to climb onto the altar. It was stable and motionless, and the swaying flames were also in the same motion. It was as if it had always been like this since ancient times, and there had never been any changes. Chapter 709. That's the center of the Saint Devil chessboard. There's a wisp of the Saint Devil chessboard soul. You'll be able to pass the test, Yu-Er said softly as she pointed at the altar. Yun Nuashing also looked over, but he didn't act rashly. At this moment, he was only a spiritual body and not his actual body. The distance of a few thousand feet made him feel pressured and uneasy. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as the uneasiness in his heart rose, pillars of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed at the outermost area of the energy region. Soon after, bronze statues that were flickering with a metallic luster appeared at the outermost area of the energy region. When he saw these bronze statues, the corners of Yun Nuashing's eyes twitched slightly. Needless to say, he knew what to do next. However, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed, especially when he saw the number and sensed the danger coming from the bronze statues The corners of his eyes twitched even more. These bronze statues were over 10 feet tall, and there were tens of thousands of them. They were densely packed together and gave Yun Nuashing and the other two an extremely strong pressure. Just standing outside made them feel nervous. Moreover, based on their auras, each bronze statue could be regarded as a demon rank 5 or 6 seals expert. With tens of thousands of them piled up, even a demigod expert would be crushed to death, let alone those powerful existences in the depths. Could these be the bronze pieces in the hall? Yun Nuashing blinked his eyes and couldn't help but ask when he suddenly recalled the large pile of bronze pieces he saw when he entered the hall. When we couldn't defeat them and wanted to leave, those big guys chased after us. However, once they leave the Saint Devil chessboard, they will turn into scrap metal. You gently rubbed Yun Nuashing's arm and giggled. Big brother Yin, once we enter this place, from the moment the bronze statues appear, our auras will be locked onto. As for how strong the bronze statues are, it completely depends on one's realm. You, and elder sister you, saw bronze statues at the 9th level of the immortal rank. Big brother Yin will probably see bronze statues at the 3rd or 4th level of the devil rank. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing calmly shook his head and said, no, 5 or 6 seals. Moreover, they're all 8 or 9 seals. Hearing this, you, and Little Moon were startled and then smiled bitterly. They only had to cross 1 or 2 levels to fight, but Yun Nuashing crossed 3 or 4 levels. Brother Yin, although you can leave the Saint Devil chessboard, if you are locked onto by the bronze statues, you can only escape if you find the exit. You winked at Mei Mao, and a sly look flashed across her eyes. Her chuckling words made Yun Nuashing's expression freeze. What the hell? Little Moon laughed dryly when she saw Yun Nuashing's dumbfounded look. She tugged at his sleeve and muttered, from now on, this star field will be a battlefield until we leave. Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded and then glared fiercely at Yu. The latter shuddered from the glare, but she didn't escape. Instead, she hurriedly pressed her petite body into his arms and acted cute, as if she was acting coquettishly. Yun Nuashing sighed in exasperation. He cupped her little face with both hands and scolded softly. You little girl who cheated me? All right, just do me a favor, big brother. Seeing this, Yu hugged his arm with her jade-like hands and used that sweet and sickening voice to drag out the last syllable, causing Little Moon's delicate body to tremble and a few layers of goosebumps to appear on her delicate skin. Okay, I'll help. Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. He really couldn't control this little girl. Yu was overjoyed when she heard him agree. She lifted her pretty face and rubbed against his arms with all her might, messing up his clothes. In the end, Little Moon couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly pulled her away. Only then did she stop. Yun Nuashing looked at the bronze statue army, and the corners of his eyes twitched. He said he wanted to help, but he didn't have so many divine artifacts to use if it was just a spiritual body. If it was a spiritual body, he could still use the Nethervoid sword and Linghong sword. However, it was just a spiritual body. That would be troublesome. Crack! The bronze statues completely ignored Yun Nuashing's contemplation. Not long after they appeared, they lifted their feet in unison. The vast aura that gathered together swept out like a storm, oppressing Yun Nuashing and the other two from all directions, causing them to tremble slightly. Huff! Yun Nuashing regained his senses when he sensed the powerful aura. He clenched his hands, and mental energy surged out, forming 2 huge green mental energy swords that he held tightly in his hands. A moment later, he said to the 2 girls beside him, Stay close to me. We'll fight as we move. Don't stop. Why are you thinking so much? If you don't cower, you'll fight. Okay, little Yu and you also nodded firmly. They gently inhaled a breath of air, and their mental energy surged. Yun Nuashing's eyes hardened when he saw the bronze statues marching over in an orderly fashion. He pointed the tip of his sword to the front and shouted softly. his body directly rushed forward. Little Moon and You are also shouted behind him. They controlled their mental energy and charged into the bronze statue army with him. Crack! The two swords swept out. Two green sword glows with an aura that could sweep across the land formed a perfect crescent as they charged into the bronze statue army without holding back. Immediately, the countless bronze statues in front were sent flying. They were thrown into the air and turned into pieces as they spun in the air. Roar, roar, roar. The empty eyes of the bronze statues turned blood red because of Yun Nuashing's attack. Wild and violent auras rose from the ground, and their bodies revealed a metallic luster. They looked extremely frightening. Yun Nuashing smacked his lips when he saw that 1/10 of the bronze statues had been destroyed. If they were outside, he would have used the Nether Void sword to destroy at least 50% of this army of bronze statues. Even if he wasn't completely annihilated, he would have destroyed at least 50% of their strength and messed up their formation. It wouldn't have been like this, where only one troop was missing, Rumble. The three of them directly charged into the gap that had been torn open. A frightening impact erupted the moment they came into contact with the bronze statue army. Wave after wave of powerful mental energy spluttered out, and the bronze statues within 100 feet radius were all shaken to death. The clang, clang, clang sound of the bronze statues collapsing continuously resounded over the star region. Other than Yun Nuashing and the other two, Little Moon had followed him back to the Qin family, and she had a powerful background. Yu was even the little princess of the second-ranked clan in the demon world. The three of them were powerful, and they would not be overwhelmed by a mere army. It was not impossible for them to cross 2 or 3 levels, or even 5 or 6 levels. However, they were only spiritual bodies here, and they could not use any powerful, profound skills. They could only use pure mental energy to fight. This caused their fighting strength to weaken, especially Yun Nuashing. It could be said that he had less than 1/10 of his fighting strength left. Even so, Yun Nuashing's mental energy far exceeded that of an ordinary person because of the strength of his soul. He stood at the front, back to back with Little Moon and Yu, forming a triangle. His 6 legs rose and fell in unison, and he seemed to casually swing his huge sword, but he would shatter most of the bronze statues in front of him. This kind of posture where he would attack with every step and blood would be spilled every 10 steps seemed rather stable. However, those bronze statues were not humans, and they did not have any expressions of fear. They all surged forward fearlessly, and even though they were shattered by the mental energy, the bronze statues behind them would still swarm forward in an overwhelming manner. Although the bronze statues in the periphery were powerful, Yun Nuashing and the other two could still deal with them easily. Therefore, they could destroy the bronze statues with an unstoppable momentum. However, as they went deeper, the bronze statues became increasingly powerful, and their unbridled advance gradually slowed down. When they were several hundred feet deep, the empty battlefield that Yun Nuashing and Yu had cleared had shrunk from several hundred feet to less than 100 feet. Their walking pace also gradually slowed down. There were only 3 of them, and it was still too strenuous. Yun Nuashing's sword sent the bronze statues that were 100 feet away flying. At this moment, he could not destroy an army with every swing of his sword. The bronze statues that appeared beside him already had the fighting strength of the 7th seal of the devil rank, which made his expression even more serious. Sometimes he would have to swing his sword many times before he could shatter a bronze statue into pieces. Just as he felt that it was getting more and more troublesome, the resonance in his body caused him to be slightly stunned. He hurriedly looked inside himself, and then he saw that a few meridians seemed to be circulating inadvertently. Those were the main meridians for circulating the heavenly chasm sword art. Even if the divine rank profound technique is not of the mental energy attribute, it can still be activated by the mental energy body. Yun Nuashing was surprised when he sensed the heat in his veins. His expression turned a little focused. At this moment, they had already reached the deepest part of the army. There were bronze statues all around them, and it was already a little difficult for them to retreat. If he could activate them, let's give it a try. After shattering the pile of bronze statues with a swing of his sword, he looked at the two girls beside him. Little Moon and Yu were already panting, and Yun Nuoxing's expression was also serious. He nodded and stopped. Then he took a deep breath, put his two swords together, and raised them above his head. Little Moon and Yu saw that he suddenly stopped, and their expressions changed slightly. However, they did not panic. The two of them looked at each other, nodded, and took a step forward. They stood beside Yun Nuoxing one after the other. Although they did not know why he suddenly stopped, they would have to bear the burden of one less person if he stopped. Moreover, they were already so deep in, and it was almost impossible for them to leave. Boom! Just as Yu and Little Moon were about to attack, a mental energy storm suddenly surged out of Yun Nuoxing's body. The two girls were shocked, and they quickly stabilized their bodies. Then they saw some golden light surging out of Yun Nuoxing's body. The paths that the golden light flowed through seemed to be the paths of meridians. Roar, roar, roar. All the bronze statues raised their heads and roared. Their eyes were blood red. Then they stomped their feet on the ground and turned into huge bronze cannonballs. They charged wildly toward Yun Nuoxing and the other two. That momentum made Little Moon and Yu pale. World-slaying formation. However, before the bronze statues could reach them, Yun Nuoxing shouted. Terrifying mental energy surged out of his body along with the golden light. It quickly gathered above his head and turned into 12 huge mental energy swords. The swords were pointed toward the sky, and the hilts were pointed downward. They were at least 1,000 feet long, and they surrounded the three of them in a circle. Slash! Yun Nuoxing's colorful eyes looked at the bronze statues that were charging towards him. He let out a soft cry, and the two swords that were raised up high suddenly slashed down. The 12 huge swords that were hanging above his head also slashed down fiercely. Boom! 12 huge cyan sword lights formed a circle that surged into the distance like a tide. Wherever the cyan sword lights pass, the bronze statues would be sliced into powder by the countless sword lights. They would explode and turn into copper powder that drifted through the star field. Yun Nuoxing also looked at this scene in shock. He was just trying it out. He didn't expect it. The green tide grew bigger and bigger, as if it was about to become a tsunami that covered the distance. The bronze statue army that filled the sky silently turned into powder under the green tide. Roar! At the front, a huge golden statue suddenly rose from the ground. Yun Nuoxing's expression froze when he saw that huge figure. He subconsciously raised his two swords. Bang! However, before he could do anything, the green sword aura tide that was 1,000 feet long violently smashed against the huge statue. The terrifying strength directly covered the huge golden statue, after which the sharp sword aura cut the golden statue into thousands of pieces in an instant. Compared to the bronze statues that were directly turned into powder, this huge golden statue seemed to be much stronger. Go! Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned when he saw that the bronze statue army had completely disappeared. However, he didn't wait for long before he let out a soft cry, and the huge mental energy sword disappeared. After which, his hands grabbed Yu and Little Moon's slender waists without any explanation. His feet pushed off the ground, and he rushed towards the altar that was exposed in his line of sight. The distance of 1,000 feet was covered in a flash. Yun Nuoxing's mental energy instantly surged when his feet landed on the stone steps in front of the altar. However, there was no reaction from the surroundings. When he landed on the stone steps in front of the altar, the flames on the stone pillar at the top began to flicker. This altar, which had not changed since ancient times, finally showed some changes with the arrival of Yun Nuoxing and the other two. Turning his head and looking outside, The copper powder that filled the sky disappeared after they climbed up the stone steps. The huge golden statue's body also disappeared without a trace. It was as if nothing had happened. They charged over. Who was curled up in Yun Nuashing's embrace, also raised her head when she saw the stone steps. She looked up and saw many stone pillars standing at the edge of the circular platform that was a few meters tall. Flames swayed, as if they were telling of the eternal loneliness of this place. Chapter 710. That's it. Yun Nuashing stared blankly at the platform that was only a few meters tall. She couldn't believe that they would be able to get their hands on such a treasure that was coveted by countless people in the demon world. Right? Of course not. Right now, we just need to break through the copper ray. The real test is when we try to inherit it. Shook her head gently and pursed her red lips. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing hopefully for a while, but she didn't say anything. She only changed the topic after a while. Let's go over first. Gently waved her jade-like hand. She could not be bothered to rest as she pulled Yun Nuashing and walked towards the tall platform. Yun Nuashing and little Yu Guang looked at each other in astonishment when they heard her suddenly withdraw her cheerful tone and become a little serious and solemn. However, they did not ask anything as they followed closely behind. As they approached the platform, Yu-er's breathing became slightly hurried. Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly as if she was struggling. Yun Nuashing's jade-like hand tightened a little. The latter could feel her inexplicable emotions, but she didn't ask anything. She just squeezed her little hand tightly as if she was responding to her. The platform was a few meters tall, and it didn't take long for them to climb up the stairs. When they reached the top, stopped and Yun Nuashing looked around curiously. The round platform was engraved with dense magic runes, as if they had gathered together to form a picture. However, these magic runes had become dull with the passage of time, as if they had lost their original power. In the demon world, the inheritance of bloodlines is highly valued. The strength of a race is also determined through the power of the bloodline. In order to inherit the Saint Demon chessboard, one must have the power of the Saint Demon clan's bloodline. Other bloodlines might cause a powerful backlash, but my father told me that a bloodline stronger than the Saint Demon clan's bloodline should be able to shake off this restriction, Yu said softly. She stared at the huge pattern in the center of the altar and murmured softly, "Although I didn't have many happy experiences in the clan, and I didn't even have a normal childhood, it is still my clan. I also hope that I can do something for it. The things in the Saint Demon chessboard can help it reach a higher level." After finished speaking, she took a light breath and turned her head. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing with some expectation. She knew her background and Yun Nuashing's background. She only said it because she knew all of this. Although she always looked very happy, she felt a little depressed in the depths of her heart. In terms of background, the two of them were enemies. Yun Nuashing's bright eyes flashed. Seeing Yu-er's troubled expression, she couldn't help but smile. She reached out her hand and stroked her hair, saying softly, "Go, we will protect you." Hearing this, Yu-er and Mei Mao were touched. Just as she opened her cherry lips and wanted to say something, Yun Nuashing covered her mouth with her hand and said with a smile, "I am only doing this for Yu-er. It has nothing to do with your family background." Yu-er nodded solemnly. Then she said softly, "If it comes to that, I won't let them hurt brother Yun at all." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing smiled and didn't say anything. She patted her little head and said, "Go." Yu-er nodded. She took a deep breath and walked slowly to the center of the round platform. Yun Nuashing also cautiously circulated the mental strength in her body and observed the situation around her. Little Moon also squeezed Yun Nuashing's hand tightly. Mei Mao turned to him and muttered worriedly, "Big brother, that kind of situation won't happen, right?" Hearing Little Moon's somewhat extravagant hope, Yun Nuashing sighed softly and shook her head. "I also don't know what the situation will be like in the future. During the last Taiyuan Grand Meeting, the demon world had already sent a letter of challenge to the god world. Although they didn't explicitly say that they were going to fight, there will still be some small conflicts between the two sides. I'm afraid that these small conflicts will turn into a big war. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment, then continued. The feud between the god world and the demon world has been accumulating for 3 to 4 eras, and there has never been a day where it has truly disappeared. The so-called peace is only a treaty of rest signed when both sides are of equal status. The fragile balance can be easily broken. In my opinion, when the demon world appears this time, there might really be a war going on. You, Oi's race, the ancient demon god race, is the second strongest race in the demon world. If there is an all-out war, they will also be one of the forces that will contribute the most. Little Moon's expression changed slightly when she saw Yun Nuashing's serious expression. She clenched her jade-like hands even tighter, and some sweat seeped out of her palms. It's fine. That day might still be a little far away. Maybe I'm just worrying for nothing. Maybe the 3 realms will get along harmoniously this time. Yun Nuashing smiled and rubbed her little head, then said, No matter what happens in the end, I will protect the people around me. Those idiots, nothing can happen to any of them. The same goes for all of you. Little Moon nodded lightly. Casting aside those messy thoughts, she looked at Mei Mao on the round platform. While they were conversing, Yu had already walked to the center of the demonic pattern painting. Yu took a deep breath. Her jade-like hands gently caressed the black, demonic patterns below her body. She rolled up her sleeves, then her fingertips lightly brushed across her smooth wrist. A trace of blood stained with demonic aura appeared, and fresh blood flowed down her pure white arm, dripping into the air. Buzz! After the blood stained with demonic aura appeared, the complex demonic patterns on the altar lit up. The demonic patterns that had been dormant for countless years seemed to have come alive at this moment. The blood that flowed down her jade-like hands was guided and fell towards the demonic patterns below. As bean-sized drops of demonic blood fell into the demonic patterns on the altar began to fluctuate. Specks of dark light flickered, and in the end, a weak suction force erupted. That suction force was nothing to Yun Nuashing and Little Moon, but the expression of Yu, who was squatting in the center of the demonic pattern painting, changed. That suction force was directed at her, causing the demonic blood in her body to flow twice as fast. Large amounts of demonic blood were constantly spurting out from her wrist. Yu's face turned slightly pale, but she still clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. As large amounts of blood were drawn out, a sense of weakness appeared in her body. Her petite body began to tremble violently. She was like a duckweed floating on the sea, swaying unsteadily in the sea, as if she could fall at any time. Yun Nuashing looked at the huge amount of blood that was being drawn out, and her cheeks twitched. Little Moon could not bear to watch any longer. She buried her little face in his chest, as she could not bear to watch such a terrifying scene. Her heart was beating rapidly, as if it wanted to draw out all the blood in her body. Yu's pale face was almost transparent at this moment, and bean-sized drops of sweat slid down her forehead. As more than half of her blood was drawn out, she felt cold and could not help but curl up her body. Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly. Seeing that the demonic patterns were far from fully awakening, Mei Mao struggled. She had somewhat underestimated the amount of blood needed to activate the demonic patterns. Of course, this was also because her cultivation was not very high. If a high-level god from the ancient demon god clan were to come, perhaps a small bowl of blood would be able to activate the demonic patterns. It's still not possible. After waiting for a while, seeing that the demonic patterns were far from fully awakening, Yu smiled bitterly and could not help but sigh. Just as she was about to reach out to stop the blood and give up on this operation, she was stunned. At this moment, her body seemed to have been fixed and she could not move. The demonic patterns below Her seemed to have sensed that she was about to give up. A force descended from the sky, oppressing her body and solidifying it. The suction force increased by a lot, rapidly drawing out even more blood from her body. Yua looked at this scene in horror. The rapidly decreasing vitality in her body made her feel terrified. The demonic patterns were really like a ferocious demon at this moment, greedily sucking her blood. If she allowed it to devour her blood without restraint, it would definitely suck her completely dry. This scene made her extremely terrified. She regretted her recklessness in this operation. How could a little girl like her casually touch the heritage left behind by the Saint Demon clan? Even if the demonic blood in her body was more noble than the Saint Demon clan's, it was still not enough. She wanted to open her mouth and call for help, but her body was completely fixed and stiff. Even when she opened her mouth, no sound came out. In these few seconds, Yu had less than 30% of her blood left. If she was an ordinary person, she would have died long ago. Even if she could rely on the power of her bloodline to hold on for a little longer, if all her blood was sucked out, she would not be able to survive. Brother Yin, Brother Yin, Brother Yin, save me! Yu was a little desperate. She tried hard to shout, but no sound came out. She blamed herself for having her back facing Yun Nuashing and the others, so that they could not see the situation here. Many emotions surged in her heart, and she even felt the cold and merciless taste of death. Yun Nuashing had been staring at the altar. After the demonic patterns were stained with Yu's blood, they became even more strange. He could feel the evil of the demonic patterns without needing anyone to remind him. The dark light was tinged with a faint blood-red light. The blood-red light dyed every inch of the demonic patterns, as if it would not stop until it dyed all the demonic patterns. Oh no, something happened to the girl. Seeing Yu's stiff body and increasingly dispirited aura, Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. He did not expect something to happen under his watch. He immediately cursed and hurriedly let go of Little Moon before rushing into the altar. When Yun Nuashing stepped into the altar, the powerful force also landed on him. However, before that force could solidify him, the golden blood in his body suddenly boiled. That terrifying force dissipated, like spring snow under the warm sun. Even his speed did not decrease at all. Yun Nuashing frowned when he felt a wave of energy descend on his body in an instant and then disappear in an instant. He did not think much about it and directly rushed in front of and knelt down. Yun Nuashing was also stunned when he saw the beautiful face that was as white as a flower. There were even 2 streaks of tears on her face. Her wide-open beautiful eyes were empty and lifeless. He hurriedly grabbed her jade-like hand. However, the force that imprisoned the latter seemed to be extremely strong. Even if he couldn't control himself, he couldn't break the shackles on her body. Blood was still gushing out from the wound on her wrist. Perhaps it was because there wasn't much blood left, but the rate at which the blood was dripping was much slower. If she were to delay any longer, she reckoned that there would be another soul on the altar by now. Yun Nuashing was shocked. He glanced at his wrist, and an idea came to him. Without thinking much, he cut his wrist very roughly and stuffed it into Yu's little mouth. The golden red blood seemed to spurt out with a sweet smell. It poured into Yu's little mouth, and streaks of blood flowed down the corners of her mouth. After he cut his wrist, he used his other hand to grab the wrist that was still dripping with blood. He squeezed it tightly in an attempt to stop the blood from flowing out. However, the powerful suction force caused the blood to flow out through the gaps between his fingers. He could only panic and pray that his half of God's blood would be able to save whose life was hanging by a thread. Wake up! Yun Nuashing pressed his forehead against Yu's head and shouted with all his might. His voice caused Little Moon, who had been facing away from him, to quickly turn her head. She saw this scene that made her heart tremble. However, she could only stand outside the altar and worry helplessly. Buzz, the golden red water carried a sweet fragrance as it slowly flowed into her heart. It caused this almost dried-up land to be filled with life once again. Moreover, the life force was even stronger than before. It filled up the incomparably huge hole in her heart in an instant. Some golden light flashed across her empty eyes. The golden red blood flowed into her body and transformed into a vast and mighty mysterious energy that swiftly spread. It charged into her limbs and bones, and even collided with her blood vessels. Immediately, her originally somewhat shriveled body was wrapped by a layer of faint golden light. A feeling of being filled with power that was even stronger than when she was at her peak spontaneously rose. The golden light that flashed across her eyes slowly condensed. Soon after, light once again gathered in her charming eyes, and she regained her vigor. Yu was slightly taken aback when she saw the beautiful face that was so close to her. Her pretty face turned slightly red. The paleness on her pretty face faded and was completely covered by a rosy color. There was some shyness in her bright eyes. Just as she was about to say something, her rosy little mouth moved as she felt that she had touched something. She could not help but lower her eyes. What she saw was a fair and flawless wrist. The sweet blood that continuously flowed into her body nourished her body. Yu could feel that she had a greedy desire for this blood. It made her want to suck it until all the blood in his body was sucked dry. Brother Yun, however, this thought did not appear for more than half a second before it was strangled in her mind. Looking at Yun Nuashing's pale face as he softly muttered her name, Yu felt a little guilty. However, what followed was gratitude and gratitude. She never thought that Yun Nuashing would go to such an extent for her. The golden blood flew through her body, causing the blood in her body to regenerate several times faster. Moreover, it was even more powerful. The energy that it contained was definitely not something that the previous blood could compare to. The speed of the bleeding, which had just slowed down, sped up again. Yu frowned slightly. Although Yun Nuashing gave her strength, the feeling of her blood being forcefully drawn out was really uncomfortable. Moreover, the regenerated blood in her body was also draining her mental energy and physical strength, causing her to feel a little pain. Fortunately, the strength of the regenerated blood allowed the light that covered the demonic patterns to surge out. Soon, the demonic patterns on the altar were completely covered. Buzz, the demonic patterns lit up with a mixture of blood red and golden light. As the demonic patterns lit up, the feeling of imprisonment also gradually faded. In just a short while, it completely disappeared. The feeling of imprisonment on Yu's body also disappeared. Seeing that Yun Nuashing's eyes were still tightly shut, Yu blinked her Maimao. She suddenly stuck out her little pink tongue and gently licked his wrist. She also gently stretched out her hand and hugged his waist. The slight numbness and the soft touch on his waist startled Yun Nuashing. He opened his eyes and saw that Yu was looking at him slyly with Meimao's eyes. He could not help but be stunned. "You're alive." Seeing that she was in high spirits, Yun Nuashing also heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, Yu's dispirited and dying appearance had scared him to death. Yu nodded her head gently and blinked her Maimao. Yun Nuashing did not seem to be able to react. She was not in a hurry. She stuck out her tongue like a kitten and licked his wound. Then, she pressed down on the wound on his wrist. Only then did Yun Nuashing react. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she coughed lightly. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but when she saw Yun Nuashing's intoxicated look, for some reason, she didn't do so. She only stretched out her other hand to help Yu slowly stand up. After a long while, Yu licked all the bloodstains on Yun Nuashing's wrist clean. Only then did she retract her little head with a blush on her pretty face. Her pretty face was so red that it looked like it could drip blood. Yun Nuashing's cheeks were also red. For a moment, he did not know what to say. "What did you two do?" Little Moon, who walked in from outside the altar, could not help but ask softly when she saw that something was wrong with the two of them. Her voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing to be stunned for a moment. Then they quickly laughed dryly and shook their heads. They looked as if they had been caught in the act. Little Moon looked at the two of them strangely and could not help but mutter, "Something's wrong." Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. Yu's pretty face was so red that it looked like it was about to burn. Chapter 711. After checking to make sure that there was nothing wrong with his body, he looked at the altar that was glowing faintly. Under the starlight in the sky, he could easily see the altar, other than the Mageweth that was lit up by blood. There was nothing special about it. The burning stone pillars were still motionless, as if they were just decorations. "Is this all?" Yun Nuashing asked softly as he looked at Yu. Hearing this, Yu chuckled and generously extended her arm. On the palm of the hand that had just bled, there was a thumb-sized yin-yang symbol. Moreover, it was gently rotating, appearing to be very intelligent. It can be considered as a preliminary subjugation. I should be able to come into contact with some things. However, I will have to wait until I fully control it before I can use it on a deeper level. To put it simply, I don't have enough authority. This will take time to settle. Yu held his arm and smiled. It's all thanks to Brother Yun this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to light up the Mageweth on my own. I might have died here after my blood was sucked dry. Yu took a deep breath and looked at the faintly glowing Mageweth under her feet. She still had some lingering fear. She had almost died just now. Moreover, because the blood that Brother Yin helped me recover has some of Brother Yun's marks, Brother Yin can also move this sacred demon chessboard. Yu smiled and held Yun Nuashing's right hand up. Under the colorful patterns on his palm, there was also a small yin-yang image. He gently clasped it with Yu's left hand, and the two yin-yang images stuck together perfectly. Yun Nuashing didn't think much of it, but Yu's next sentence made him blush. Yu and Brother Yin are connected by blood. When Little Moon heard this, Mei Mao immediately stood up and glared at Yu resentfully. Then she looked at Yun Nuashing unwillingly. Those eyes that contained the most brilliant colors in the world seemed to be telling him something, which made Yun Nuashing smile bitterly. These two girls, however, he also knew that the so-called connection by blood didn't really mean that Yu had the same blood as him. When his blood flowed into her body, it turned into pure energy. It only left some marks in her body. Those marks were left by Xianyin, and they had a magical power that would continuously improve Yu's physique. Moreover, after many years of assimilation, those marks also contained Yun Nuashing's aura. If other people were to sense Yu's aura now, they might mistake it for Yun Nuashing's aura. Yu said softly, "There are many things in the sacred demon chessboard. For example, the copper array just now is actually an array to nurture weapons. There are also many things placed in other places that can be used to temper spiritual power." After taking control of the sacred demon chessboard, bits and pieces of information appeared in his mind. Yun Nuashing took a few more glances and couldn't help but click his tongue in praise. As expected of something that the experts of the demon world were desperately searching for, there were some things that even he was very curious about. It could be called a secret cultivation base that could cultivate a large number of experts here. Most of the places are sealed. Let's come back and take a look when we feel like it. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands helplessly. The sacred demon chessboard couldn't be used at the moment. As for the seal, I will try to break it, but it will take some time. Mei Mao circled around the space of the star field. Yu said softly, "Let's go out first." Yun Nuashing nodded. With a thought, he floated out of the sacred demon chessboard. Little Moon and Yu also floated out. In the hall, 3 figures suddenly appeared in midair. As soon as they appeared, they fell down before they could react. On the floor of the hall, there was a large pile of broken copper pieces. Ping-ling, pang-lang! Dong! The 3 of them fell from the sky like a human pyramid. The copper pieces below were sent flying all over the hall. The pile of copper in the corner also fell down. Yun Nuashing, who was at the bottom, complained incessantly. She had just bled and hadn't rested. Now she was being pressed down by 2 buttocks. She had just woken up not long ago, but she was being tortured again. When the 2 girls heard the screams, they hurriedly helped Yun Nuashing stand up. After they cleaned up the pile of broken copper and iron, the 3 of them supported each other and walked out of the hall. Although they didn't know how long they had been in the outside world, their spiritual bodies had indeed spent 3 days in the sacred demon chessboard. They had a big battle, and Yun Nuashing and Yu had bled tons of blood. When they didn't come out, they didn't feel anything. When their spiritual bodies returned to their bodies, they felt uncomfortable all over. Yun Nuashing carried the 2 girls and threw them back to their rooms. She also let out a long yawn. She originally wanted to go back to the academy, but now it seemed that she should obediently rest for one more round. She dragged her tired body and walked around the mansion. Yuan Shi and the others were still cultivating, and Qin Yan had gone to refine gems again. When she saw Yun Nuashing, she guessed that some time had passed. However, the Golden Princess and the others didn't come back. The huge mansion was very quiet. When Yun Nuashing returned to the room that belonged to her, she was surprised to see Zian and Feng, hugging little Bing Er and sleeping soundly. She stared at the 3 girls' sleeping appearance with amusement. After a few minutes, she couldn't help but be a little dazed. She hurriedly rubbed her blushing face and climbed onto another bed. She stretched a little and resisted the urge to sleep. She entered a state of meditation, and the 6 paths of reincarnation disc between her eyebrows quietly rotated. The next day, when Yun Nuashing woke up from the shallow level of meditation, she immediately felt that her mental exhaustion was swept away. The slight weakness that was brought about by Yu Er's gluttony of drinking 1/3 of her blood had also weakened a lot. The state of meditation of the 1,000 Dreams Heart Sutra is much faster than normal cultivation. Feeling the powerful energy circulating in her body, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. Unknowingly, she had reached the 2nd seal of the devil rank. When she scanned her body with her mind and saw a light spot in her chest, she hesitated for a moment. That day, Feng Yuing saw his memories and naturally saw the scene of him talking to the owner of the maze. Since she even helped him open up an independent space, it was clear that Feng Yuing also agreed with this suggestion. Her mind entered the light spot and sensed a vast and endless space. However, this was only an empty space and had a very strong ability to seal energy. According to Yun Nuashing's idea, if this space was filled with refined energy, compressed and released in one go, he could indeed reach the demigod rank from the 2nd seal of the devil rank. However, he didn't know what would happen. Would he become an abyssal or an abyssal? Or would he become an abyssal and transform? He didn't dare to take the risk. Oh! After lazily stretching his waist, Yun Nuashing paused for a moment. Only then did he feel a warm and soft sensation coming from his embrace. Lowering his head to take a look, he saw Zian snuggling in his embrace and sleeping soundly. Her jade-like hands were still tightly hugging him, and her charming face had a serene expression. Yun Nuashing smiled. It seemed that this girl had woken up at some point and deliberately moved to his side. Turning around, on the other bed, Feng Er and little Bing Er were also sleeping soundly. The 2 girls, who were both divine beasts, seemed to be very close. Bending down, Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand to support his head and looked at Zian's sleeping face with some fascination. After a while, he lowered his head and lightly kissed the girl's red lips. Then he quietly got off the bed and walked to the other side. He also lightly touched Feng Er's red lips, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Only then did he push open the door and leave. Just as he left the room, 2 pairs of bright eyes slowly opened in the room. The pair of crimson pink and deep purple eyes looked at each other, and both of them smiled faintly. Coming out of the room, Yun Nuashing habitually released his soul power. He raised his head and faced the sun. Even his 6 wings stretched out comfortably, as if he was bathing in the sun together with his soul. It was so comfortable that Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and felt a little lazy. Not long after his soul power spread out, Yun Nuashing raised the corner of his eyes. Then he let out a long yawn and walked unhurriedly toward the hall. He didn't expect that someone would come to visit. Enjoying this leisure and laziness, Yun Nuashing let out a long moan. He deliberately walked in a circle around the small bamboo forest. Then he walked toward the hall and gently pushed open the door. In the hall, Princess Jean and the others had also returned. Brother Nuo. The moment Yun Nuashing appeared, Yi Shi, who was sitting closest to the door, turned her gaze. When she saw Yun Nuashing's appearance, joy appeared on her young and tender face. She jumped down from the chair and habitually wanted to burrow into his arms. Then, she stood rooted to the ground. Her wine-red eyes looked at him strangely. She opened her small mouth and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Oh, you're awake. Your friends." At the side of the hall, Princess Jean and Enlishing also turned their heads. They had just smiled and said a sentence when they were simultaneously stunned. Mei Mao's eyes flashed with a strange light. Then it turned into a teasing look. "Brother Yin." Suddenly, light laughter came from the side. Yun Nuashing turned his head and saw Lin Shang, Ding Mingyu, and the others walking over from the side. He couldn't help but look at them curiously. Why were there so many people today? Just as Lin Shang and the rest were about to say something, their gazes suddenly landed on Yun Nuashing's face. Then their expressions became very strange. Jun Luo Yi's beautiful eyes turned slightly, and she blinked lightly at him, as if she was hinting at something. However, Yun Nuashing had just woken up, and his mind could not wrap around it for a while. "Brother Nuo, go wash your face." In the end, it was Yi Shi who couldn't stand it anymore. She coughed dryly, and her small face was a little red. Then she hurriedly took out a mirror and handed it to Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing's expression was strange. He took the mirror and looked inside. Then his expression became very interesting. On his cheeks there were 2 bright red lipstick marks, tender and beautiful. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. He didn't need to think to know what was going on. No wonder everyone's expressions became so interesting. Little Junior just played intimately, but he can't bear to wash his face. Chuanmu looked at him enviously and couldn't help but sigh. Everyone. After a while, Yun Nuashing returned to the hall while wiping his face. When he saw everyone's gossipy gazes, he couldn't be bothered to explain anything. He roared fiercely in his heart, "I'll teach these 2 brats a lesson tonight." "So, why are there so many people here? Did something happen?" Yun Nuashing picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Then he used the firelight to engrave a sentence in front of him with a natural expression. "Little Junior, you still can't speak." When Lin Sheng saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. He recalled what happened more than a month ago. He didn't expect that the after effects of what happened back then had not disappeared until now. "It's fine. I'll be fine in a few months." Yun Nuashing smiled casually. The firelight in front of him changed into another sentence. Everyone's cheeks twitched. Not speaking for a few months was so stifling. "We're here to pay a visit to the future hall master of the 9 Gods Hall. We're afraid that one person isn't enough, so we came together." Jun Luo Yi covered her mouth and chuckled. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Ding Mingyu helplessly shook her head. "When you weren't in the academy for over a month, some things happened. For the annual competition between the Far Light Academy and the Remote Sea Academy, the battle for the top 5 of the Devil rankings was delayed because of your absence." Chuan Mu continued. "Both sides had a discussion. Because you were injured during a mission, those fellows from the Remote Ocean Academy didn't dare to push you too far. They agreed to postpone the competition. As for the other big and small competitions, such as the Half-Demon competition and the Fortress competition, they have all ended. The only thing left is the competition for the top 5. If we win, our academy wins. If we lose, we lose. And if we don't see anyone participating in the competition after 2 days, it means that we have forfeited and our Far Light Academy has lost. Wait a minute. What's the fortress competition? Yun Nuashing raised his head in astonishment. 2 factions will fight. 1 mentor will be the gatekeeper and 3 students will be the generals. The rest will fight in the primordial field. Whichever side's gatekeeper and generals are defeated first will be the loser. Lin Ran explained. After that, he sighed. In the past, this was the most exciting competition. The strength of the mentor must be at the half-god realm. There are no other restrictions. This year, Shuel Lingfeng didn't make it back in time because of a mission and missed the fortress competition. Junior, you weren't around either. Our side was almost completely defeated. However, junior brother Lin Sheng dominated the half-devil battle and turned the tables. Now only the top 5 are left. Shuel Lingfeng has also been summoned back. Junior brother, you're the only one left. Ding Mingyu hesitated. Shuel Lingfeng? Ah, the guy ranked first on the devil rankings. Yun Nuashing was stunned. After that, he suddenly understood. After the battle, he became the 4th ranker on the devil rankings. He had seen the 5th ranker, the 2nd ranker, and the 3rd ranker. The only one he hadn't seen was Shuel Lingfeng. Have you rested well? If you have, make a trip back to the academy with us. The elders seem to have other matters to discuss with us. Ding Mingyu spoke softly. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. After a moment, he nodded his head and said, All right, let's make a trip back now. I originally wanted to slack off for a while more. After saying that, he couldn't help but sigh. Those words appeared in his mind, causing Ding Mingyu and the others to bitterly smile. Chapter 712. After tidying up a little, Yun Nuashing went to the room to check on Little Moon and Yuer, who were still sleeping soundly. Then he went to the secret room to check on Qin Yan, who was working hard. He hesitated for a moment, then left a note in front of the door. Then he prepared to leave with Zian and Fenger, who had already woken up. However, when he saw Little Bing Er, he suddenly had a headache. He couldn't bring her to the academy, could he? He was afraid that she would act childishly and accidentally destroy the academy. He couldn't bring her. Little Bing Er was only a few days old, and the only person he felt close to was Yun Nuashing. If he didn't bring Little Bing Er with him, what would happen to Little Bing Er? Originally, he didn't need to worry about this. However, when he found out that Little Bing Er couldn't be put back into his soul, he had a big headache. Little Bing Er is transforming. She is beginning to adapt to the strong power in her body. With the soul contract, logically speaking, she should be able to return to your soul during this period of time. However, I don't know what's wrong, so she can only stay like this for now. Fenger also didn't understand what was going on. For this reason, she even dragged the sleeping little white out of her soul. However, when Fenger saw the situation, she was also confused. In the end, she could only push all the responsibility to Yun Nuashing. You let her absorb too many sacred items. I'm afraid that some of them have a reaction, so she can't enter the soul state. Or maybe her soul is transforming. Woo-woo-woo. During this period of time, you just have to take care of the child obediently. Don't worry, the soul contract will double the speed of her transformation. Just don't go too far away. After that, she flicked her tail and retreated into Yun Nuashing's soul to sleep, leaving Yun Nuashing confused and at a loss. We'll take care of Bing Er. Zian smiled and rubbed Yun Nuashing's head. Yun Nuashing looked at her silently, and then looked at Fenger, who was nodding at the side. She suddenly sighed and said, I feel like I have a family now. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 girls blushed and glared at him. They reached out their hands at the same time and pinched his cheeks. I haven't settled the score with you 2 for leaving a mark on my face. After being pinched, Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of something and stared at Zian and Fenger maliciously. The 2 girls felt their hair stand on end. Before they could escape, they were caught by Yun Nuashing and slapped hard on their buttocks. Ah, Zian and Feng, or exclaimed when their butts were slapped hard. Their faces instantly turned blood red, and they stared at him with shame and anger. However, they saw him reach out and rub their heads again, which made them speechless. Soft and bouncy. Yun Nuashing looked straight ahead and smiled wickedly. She even squeezed her hands lightly, as if she could still feel the sensation in her hands. Zian and Mei Mao blushed when they saw this. After fooling around for a while, Yun Nuashing carried little Bing Er out of the room. When they came to the hall, Lin Shang and the others were stunned when they saw another little girl. Especially when they saw Yun Nuashing carrying the child, their expressions became even stranger. Could it be, little Junior, is this your child? Chuan Mu's brain twitched, and he didn't close his big mouth. He directly blurted out the question that everyone wanted to ask. Uft. After he said that, the Golden Princess, Yi Shi, and the others all spat out mouthfuls of saliva. Yun Nuashing's face darkened, and Ding Mingyu and the others were speechless. They didn't know how to smooth things over. You're going back to the academy? Coincidentally, I'll go and have some fun too. There's no meaning in staying here. After hearing that they were going to the High Light Academy, Yi Shi jumped down from her chair. She tugged on his windbreaker and softly said, "Furthermore, my realm has stabilized. I still need a long time to break through to the late stage god Emperor realm. I feel that the time I can spend with Big Brother Nua will be shortened by quite a bit." Yun Nuashing looked at her silently before raising her head. Seeing the weird gazes of Lin Shang and the others, she couldn't help but facepalm and bitterly smiled. "It's fine as long as you like it." After being tormented for an entire morning, they finally walked out of the manor. Ding Mingyu and the others looked at Yun Nuashing and the others. They didn't know what to say. They originally wanted to call Yun Nuashing back to the academy. In the end, they pulled out a large group of people, and there was even a god emperor expert among them. This level of expert was considered a legend to them, yet he chose to stick close to Yun Nuashing. It made them feel as though their world was collapsing, but after thinking about Yun Nuashing's identity, they felt relieved. They had no choice. Who asked her to have such a high status? She had a god emperor protecting her 24/7, and there was even a group of god emperor experts waiting to support her. Furthermore, she even had a powerful support group in the distant divine continent, since she had already exposed her identity and strength in front of Lin Shang and the others. Yun Nuashing didn't waste any more time. With a stomp of her foot, a huge teleportation array rapidly condensed under her feet. It was completed in an instant. When Lin Shang saw the speed at which Yun Nuashing was weaving the array, a trace of envy flashed across his eyes. He was also an array master, and knew that array masters were weak before they could display their power. Even he needed some time to set up an array that he was proficient in. However, his combat strength wasn't weak either. That was why he had so many opportunities to weave arrays during battle. If he could be like Yun Nuashing and set up an array with just a wave of his hand, then the combat strength of an array master would be infinitely magnified. However, Lin Shang was only thinking about it. To achieve this level, one would first need the light element. Only the extremely fast energy of the light element could allow one to weave an array as one wished and weave it in an instant. The instant the teleportation array froze, it suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light. Everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the scene in front of them instantly changed. Just a moment ago, they were still in the hall. At this moment, they had already appeared in a large hall. This was the small palace in the High Light Academy where Yun Nua was located. "We're here already." Lin Shang had been to this palace many times and was naturally very familiar with it. However, when he saw the scene appear in front of him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Ding Mingyu and the others were also speechless. They had flown at full speed for half a day before arriving at the manor from the academy. Now, it had only taken them less than a second to return from there, It's a teleportation array. With the help of the power of space, as long as there's enough energy, you can teleport to a place you've been to once. Oh, unless that place is sealed. Yun Nuashing smiled and clapped her hands. Everyone was speechless. This array was too convenient. Senior, are we going now? Yun Nuashing asked Ding Mingyu with a smile. Yes, the elders are waiting for us at the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Let's go over first. Ding Mingyu nodded. Mei Mao sized up the small palace, curiously. She had always lived in the small house she had built in the bamboo forest. She was curious about what this small palace was like. All right, you guys rest first. I'll be back soon. Upon hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded and smiled at Zian and the others. Then, she placed little Bing Air into her arms. Mei Mao fluttered slightly. Zian picked up little Bing Air and placed her in Feng Er's arms. Then he stood behind Yun Nuashing and smiled without saying anything. Everyone was speechless. Feng Er didn't say anything. After taking little Bing Air, she smiled gently and said to Yun Nuashing and Zian, "Come back early." Seeing that she was like a gentle little wife, Yun Nuashing blushed slightly. She rubbed her cheeks and nodded with a smile. Then she looked at Ding Mingyu. The latter nodded slightly and walked out of the hall first. Behind her, Yun Nuashing, Chuan Mu, and the others quickly followed. After the hall was empty, Feng Er sat down on the sofa with little Bing Air in her arms. She glanced at her with her wine-red eyes. Then she moved closer to her and teased, "Feng Er, when did you and Brother Nuwa develop to this stage?" Feng Er's hand that was gently caressing little Bing Air trembled. Feng Er's delicate body stiffened, and a captivating blush appeared on her alluring face. Her clear, crimson-red Mei Mao was rippling with unconcealable affection. It was enough to make anyone who looked at her feel intoxicated. She couldn't help but be speechless. When did this girl fall so deeply in love? Was it really like what Little White said? It's a secret. Feng Er smiled gently. Her mysterious look made she roll her eyes. She got up and went to make tea. Yun Nuashing, Ding Mingyu, and the others quickly flew over the academy. The former felt the unique atmosphere in the academy and couldn't help but sigh. Although there were many restrictions here, she couldn't help but admit that the academy was a very suitable place for young people to grow up in peace. The group's ostentatious appearance attracted the attention of many people below. However, those students only saw a group of people flying by and didn't pay much attention to them. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Yun Nuashing and the others arrived at the giant sword mountain. However, Ding Mingyu didn't stop. She led the group around the giant sword mountain and arrived at the back of the mountain. A mountain that was as tall as the giant sword mountain appeared in everyone's line of sight. Very few people came to this area. Moreover, the giant sword mountain was huge, so no one paid much attention to the back. They didn't expect that there would be a tall mountain that was as tall as the hilt of the giant sword mountain. There was a simple and unadorned large hall on the mountain. The deep black hall gave it a heavy and mysterious feeling. It was as if the large hall was as heavy as a mountain. After seeing the large hall, Ding Mingyu flew towards it. Yun Nuashing and the others followed closely behind and landed in front of the large door. Everyone rubbed their faces and took a deep breath, after which the former stretched out her slender finger and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Just as Ding Mingyu's slender finger landed on the thick and heavy door, a faint laughter sounded from inside. Yun Nuashing recognized that it was Yan Feng's voice. Hearing this, Ding Mingyu used her strength to push open the large black door that was 10 feet tall and slowly led the group in. Yun Nuashing's gaze swept around and saw that there were many people standing in the large hall. Among them, there was Xian Yuan, whom she had met once, and Zhao Wenyao, who was ranked second. On the left of the two of them, there was a youth wearing a snow-white robe that was dazzling to the eyes. When they had just entered the large hall, the three of them also turned their gazes and landed on Yun Nuashing and the others. Their gazes faintly flickered. Yun Nuashing curiously glanced at the youth in the snow-white robe. His long black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. His face was resolute yet had a contradictory gentleness. His deep eyes were like deep pools, and his thin lips were tightly pursed into a straight line. A silver-white long spear necklace hung in front of his chest. His well-defined face appeared extremely enchanting. Without much guessing, he knew who this figure was. Ever since the first day he had entered the Highlight Academy, he had seen this figure. He had also heard of the deeds of the number one person in the Highlight Academy, perhaps in the hearts of many students. Only he was worthy of being the number one person. While he was sizing up Xue Lingfeng, the latter also turned his head slightly to size him up. He had also heard of the rumors about this junior. The clearest impression he had was that this junior had a devastatingly beautiful face. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he indeed lived up to his reputation. Even though he knew that Xue Lingfeng was a man, he couldn't help but admire him a little more. Xian Yuan glanced at Yun Nuashing. Battle intent surged in his eyes. His expression was a little complicated as he nodded towards him. The defeat last time had made him slightly depressed, but it wasn't to the extent that he had lost his confidence. When Yun Nuashing saw his appearance, he also smiled and nodded towards him. It seemed like this guy was still thinking about the previous matter and wanted to fight again. There were 3 figures in front of the hall. Among them, Yan Feng and Bing weren't unfamiliar to Yun Nuashing. The other one was Elder Yan Yuting, a heaven-ranked elder of the Fire God Shrine. There were a few seats beside them, but no one was sitting. At this moment, Yan Feng and the other 2 were calmly looking at Yun Nuashing, who had walked in, with a smile on their faces. Haha, our secret weapon is here. When he saw Yun Nuashing, Yan Feng couldn't help but smile and tease him. Yun Nuashing bitterly smiled and walked forward with Ding Mingyu. They stood between Zhao Wenyao and Xian Yuan, and then respectfully bowed to Yan Feng and the other 2. The former felt that he couldn't hold back his words and couldn't help but write in the space. Can you not talk about people as weapons? Yan Feng laughed loudly. Then he waved his hand and said, Ding Mingyu should have already told you the details. Then we won't talk about it here. Then he couldn't help but tease him. This time, you bumped into us yourself. It has nothing to do with us. Seeing the smile on his face, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but twitch. He muttered in his heart, Why do I smell a conspiracy? Ding Mingyu, who knew his identity, wasn't surprised. Yun Nuashing was the godson of the 9 Shrine. The 3 heaven-ranked elders in front of him were also from the 9 Shrine. They were talking like they were just chatting. Xue Lingfeng and the other 2 were at a loss. However, since the elders were talking, they couldn't interrupt. They could only stay silent like wooden statues. Young people should be more energetic. You're living like an old man. Yan Feng rolled his eyes. Then he waved his hand and glanced around. He said, I won't say anything unnecessary. You are the strongest fighting force of the Academy. In 2 days, the top 5 competition will determine the honor of the Academy. Go all out and fight, but don't fight too hard. If you lose, there will be no punishment. If you win, there will be rewards. Yes. Xue Lingfeng and the others nodded solemnly. Yun Nuashing sighed and shrugged. Chapter 713. Okay, let's talk about the next matter. Yan Feng nodded, then looked behind the 5. Zian, Lin Shang, and the others were standing a few meters away. The former waved at them, then walked forward and stood side by side with Yan Nuashing and the others. He cupped his fists respectfully towards Yan Feng and the others. The competition between our 2 academies is just a warm-up. The Divine Institute exchange that will be held soon is the main event. Yan Feng paused for a moment. Bing coughed lightly, then continued. All the Divine Institute academies in the divine world can participate in the exchange. Naturally, the Farlight Academy will participate as well. It will be held 1 month from now. As for the location, it will be held in the entire academy. Yan Yuting smiled coquettishly from the side and said, "At that time, teleportation doors that lead to all the participating Divine Institute academies will be opened at the central square, and all the students will be able to head to the academies they wish to visit and carry out various forms of exchange. This is the greatest activity between academies." When they heard this, the faces of Yun Nuashing and the others couldn't help but twitch. This was truly a feast. There were countless forces in the divine world that nurtured students. If all the teleportation gates were to be constructed, how many would there be? Won't this cause chaos? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but write, "Yes, and it will be very chaotic. It will last for an entire month. During that time, you can challenge any academy. You can even kill 1,000 or 10,000 people if you want. As long as no one dies, the teachers of the various academies won't care. Or rather, there will be exchanges between teachers and elders in various senses," said Yen Feng with a smile. "During that period of time, this place should be filled with students from the various academies. The more famous an academy is, the more people there would be. On average, every student would have to fight at least 10 battles. As the strongest few in the academies, you guys are the first to bear the brunt of it. For the top 10 rankers of the devil rankings in the past years, they would have to fight at least 100 battles in the exchange. If we calculate it this way, you guys would have to fight at least 3 battles a day." Bing faintly spoke. Yun Nuashing, Schwellingfeng, and the others turned pale when they heard this. 100 rounds? Wouldn't they be exhausted to death? At this moment, all of them had an impulse to remove themselves from the devil rankings. When he saw their miserable appearances, Yen Feng laughed heartily and said, "If you don't want to be challenged, you can go to other academies and challenge others." Yan Yuting said, "Outstanding and active students will be displayed in the various academies. After the exchange, these students can go to other academies to cultivate for a year. They can come back whenever they want. Someone asked me to remind you that you can take this opportunity to go to the Flaming Li Academy. Your thing is going there, right?" Yan Feng coughed dryly a few times, winked at Yun Nuashing, and said. Yun Nuashing nodded when he heard this. One of the stages of his second trial, the Trial of Fire, was to go to the Flaming Li Academy in the Ganyuan region. He was originally worried that he wouldn't be able to enter the Flaming Li Academy after he graduated from the Farlight Academy. Now, this exchange had given him a chance. However, if he wanted to take this opportunity to go to the Flaming Li Academy, then he had to display an outstanding performance. He felt that his combat strength wasn't inferior to these so-called students. However, this was an exchange between the Divine Academies, and he couldn't kill anyone. Otherwise, he would probably have to fight his way through with his bare hands. There were hundreds of thousands of academies, and every single one of them had the elite of the elite. No matter what, they definitely had some ability. So, it wasn't easy to stand out among these hundreds of thousands of academies and become the center of attention. "All right, that person told me that you're allowed to act recklessly. You'll be fine as long as you don't destroy the entire academy." Bing coughed dryly. Yun Nuashing's face couldn't help but twitch when he saw the awkward expression on Bing's face. Was he trying to tempt him to commit a crime? If he were to act recklessly, then it wouldn't be as simple as the academy collapsing. Even Sunglow City would probably cry before him. Yen Feng smiled faintly when he saw the light flickering in Bing's eyes. He looked at the others and said with a smile, "The Far Light Academy belongs to the Nine Deities Palace. There are also a few similar elemental academies among the Divine Academies. So don't cause trouble there. It's very simple to identify them, and there will be notes on the teleportation gate." Yun Nuashing and the others smiled. They were all students of the elemental academies, so they naturally had to help each other during such a large-scale event. In short, this is a rare opportunity for you to exchange pointers with people from the other academies. Although there aren't any disciples from those great factions here, if you can stand out in the Divine Academy's exchange, it means that you'll have a place among the younger generation of the entire divine world, said Yanfeng. Oh, there's still a month until the exchange. I'm just reminding all of you in passing. As for the specifics, we'll talk about it before the exchange begins. As for now, Yanfeng coughed dryly, and then he shot a glance at Bing. Bing nodded. He waved his hand, and a large pile of paper suddenly appeared in the air. Stacks of paper fell from the sky and landed right before Yun Nuoxing and the others. They subconsciously caught the stacks of paper, and they couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the first piece of paper. Now you can spread the news. You must accurately pass it on to everyone. Yin Yuting covered her mouth and giggled. Yun Nuoxing and the others were dumbfounded. They lowered their heads and looked at the piece of paper at the top. It clearly stated everything about the Divine Academy's exchange. However, what caused them to break down was, what the hell? Put up advertisements? Can't we just announce it in the academy? How embarrassing. Yun Nuoxing, Ding Mingyu, and the others were on the verge of breaking down. They were actually asked to put up advertisements in the academy. Even though this was related to the Divine Academy's exchange, when they thought about how they would have to stand on the streets and hand out flyers. How embarrassing. The Divine Academy's exchange is held once every 3 years, and it's quite a long time apart. Not many students know about this, so I have to ask all of you to spread the news. It's decided then. Go on. Yanfeng smiled slyly as he waved his hand, and then his figure shook before the 3 of them vanished. They left behind Yun Nuoxing and the others with dumbfounded expressions. They were still holding onto the large pile of flyers and had no idea what was going on. Their chaotic emotions lasted for quite some time before they finally calmed down, and then all of them sighed sorrowfully. Looks like we have to mobilize the members of our respective clubs to help us. He's carrying a few hundred flyers by himself, so how long would it take for him to hand them out? After they left the hall, Yun Nuoxing stretched her body and yawned lazily. She turned around and glanced at Zian, who stood silently by her side, and then both of them smiled faintly. Little junior brother. Ding Mingyu and Jun Luo slowly walked over from the side. The former sparkling silver Mei-Mao stared straight at him, then glanced at Zian, then stared back at him and softly said, "Do you need to share some of the flyers?" "Ah, no need. I thought of something fun." Yun Nuoxing blinked, then couldn't help but laugh evilly. That look made Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the others who were walking over couldn't help but shudder. Although they didn't know what he was thinking of, they all felt that it wasn't something good. "Oh," Ding Mingyu stroked her long hair and nodded slightly, then asked in a seemingly casual manner, "What do you plan to do in 2 days?" Yun Nuoxing crossed her fingers and smiled. "There's nothing to think about. Since Big Sister Jean has allowed me to act recklessly, then I'll act a little recklessly. I suddenly want to leave the academy." Lin Sheng's cheeks twitched violently, and he looked at him with lingering fear. They had seen how terrifying this guy was. If he really acted recklessly, he could easily destroy a city. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He transmitted his voice. "Don't worry, I won't use those things. I know my limits." Who knows? Everyone couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. This guy was a madman among madmen. Who knew what his limits were? At the entrance of the hall, Xue Lingfeng slowly walked toward Yun Nuoxing and the others. He looked at them. Although they looked calm and docile, he felt a hidden sense of danger. That feeling almost suffocated him. He had heard about the matter of the battle invitation, and had also heard Xian Yuan talk about it. When everyone was sighing about this little junior brother's unusual talent, Xue Lingfeng had actually linked 2 seemingly unrelated matters together. This thought made him shudder. Xue Lingfeng slowly walked in front of them and looked at Yun Nuoxing. He raised his hands and cupped his fists, then opened his mouth. I'm not, don't talk nonsense." Seeing that he was about to speak, Yun Nuashing's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She quickly reached out her hand and said 3 words in a row. Everyone was stunned. Xue Lingfeng hadn't said anything yet. Xue Lingfeng was also stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he only reacted after a moment. He took a light breath and was about to speak again. Wait, I won't listen. Goodbye. Yun Nuashing's mouth twitched. He didn't even know what he wrote. Then he was ready to turn around and run away with sweat all over his forehead. Little Star, listen to me. Seeing that he turned around, Ziyin helplessly reached out her hand and grabbed Yun Nuashing, who was about to run away. She smiled bitterly. What's wrong with him today? Everyone. Xue Lingfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at the speechless crowd. He didn't know what to say for a moment. I just want to ask you for an answer. I don't mean anything else. Xue Lingfeng sighed. Without waiting for Yun Nuashing to speak, he continued, more than a month ago, because someone broke through the 5th floor of the spiritual light tower, the stars illuminated the sky. A few days later, in the battle on the Battle King platform, countless people saw the energy you used. That was the pure power of the stars. I think that there should be some connection between these two, right? The phenomenon of the spiritual light tower illuminating was determined by the energy of the person who broke through, Xue Lingfeng said with a faint smile. Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. As expected of the person who broke through the 4th floor, with just a little bit of experience, he could guess this. When Ding Mingyu and the others heard this news, they couldn't help but be shocked. The incident in the spiritual light tower had caused a sensation in the entire Longguang Academy. At that time, they couldn't find the person who caused the phenomenon, and the matter was left unsettled with the passage of time. Because they couldn't find the person who caused the phenomenon, it became a little mysterious. There were many rumors about this matter in the academy, and some of them were very ridiculous. If they heard this association more than a month ago, they would definitely laugh it off. However, at this moment, they thought that if it was Yun Nuashing, this lunatic, he might really be able to do it. Scratching his head, Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. If it was a month ago, he would have found thousands of excuses to deny it. However, now that everyone knew about it, it would be a little hypocritical to try to cover it up. Scratching his cheeks with a dry smile, Yun Nuashing looked straight at Ding Mingyu. His colorful eyes stared closely at the silver and resplendent Mei Mao, and then glanced at Xue Lingfeng. Only then did he nod helplessly. It's me. I came to the Longguang Academy for the Spiritual Light Tower. Hearing him admit it, everyone's cheeks twitched for a while. Xue Lingfeng's face was filled with astonishment, and he didn't know what to say. As for Ding Mingyu and the others, although they were a little surprised, it wasn't to the extent of being shocked. They probably thought that it wasn't surprising that he could do this. As expected. After a moment, Ding Mingyu sighed softly. You seem to be able to accept all kinds of strange things? Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and smiled mysteriously as he transmitted his voice. The things that I saw that day were like a brand that was engraved in my mind. I can accept all kinds of strange things that happen again. Ding Mingyu's sexy red lips parted slightly as she stroked her bangs with a faint smile. She smiled faintly and said, Actually, I guessed a little that day. It's just that I didn't have enough evidence to support my guess. Yun Nuashing curled his lips, then looked at Xue Lingfeng and cupped his hands. Using the purple night flame, he wrote, Senior, I wonder if you got the answer you wanted. I got it. Hearing this, Xue Lingfeng smiled and nodded. He sighed and said, I didn't expect that the academy would produce such an outstanding and abnormal new student this time. It's going to be a little lively in the future. Xue Lingfeng rubbed his palms and hesitated for a while. Then he smiled and said, After some time, about 2 or 3 months after the Divine Institute exchange, there'll be a grand event. Ha ha! Probably all the youths in the divine realm will be there. Junior, are you interested? A trip to the secret realm? After calculating the time that Xue Lingfeng mentioned, Yin Nuashing thought of the matter that Little Moon had told him. When he saw Shui Lingfeng nod in surprise, he was even more certain. He also knew why Shui Lingfeng would bring up something that everyone was well aware of. He guessed that Shui Lingfeng wanted to invite him to go with him. If there are no accidents, I should go. Yun Nuashing wrote, Haha, then we'll talk about it when the time comes. This trip to the secret realm can also be listed as a major event in the divine realm. Hearing this, Shui Lingfeng smiled and nodded. Then he nodded slightly at Ding Mingyu, Lin Shang, and the others. He turned around and left. Then, let's put everything aside for the matter in 2 days. Yun Nuashing stretched and smiled faintly. Are you going to cultivate? Chuan Mu grinned. No. Unexpectedly, Yun Nuashing shook his head. Everyone was stunned. After a moment, he shrugged helplessly, and the word fire in front of him changed. Let's talk about it after we distribute the flyers. Everyone's cheeks twitched, and the corners of their eyes twitched. Zhong Songling couldn't help but ask, and then we'll go back to rest and wait for the day after tomorrow. After looking at her for a while, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and wrote on his book. You don't think that I need to prepare anything to deal with those little brats, do you? You've offended all the students in the academy with just 1 sentence, Ding Mingyu said faintly. They were also students. Didn't that mean that they were also little brats? Then this old man will go distribute the flyers. Yun Nuashing laughed loudly. He took Xian's hand and waved at everyone. Then he stomped his foot and a teleportation formation appeared, sending them all back to the freshman area. He then flew towards the palace with Xian. Ding Mingyu and the others looked at each other when they saw how he was teasing them as he flew. Then Jun Luo mimicked Yin Nuashing and shrugged her shoulders. She held Ding Mingyu's arm and walked towards the bamboo forest. Chuan Mu and the others chatted with Lin Sheng for a while before bidding farewell. That afternoon, pieces of white paper floated into the sky above the academy. They fell to every corner of the academy like rain. Even the secret cultivation grounds were invaded, which surprised countless students. In the quiet bamboo forest, Ding Mingyu waved her hand and picked up a piece of paper that floated down from the sky. She glanced at it and couldn't help but stumble. She almost threw the blade in her hand away. That piece of paper was the one they had received for the Divine Institute exchange this morning. She had already given all of it to Yu Meng's people to handle. So this is the method he mentioned. Ding Mingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was in this person's head? She couldn't help but sigh when she saw the snowflake-like pieces of paper floating in the sky. If the elders discovered this, they would probably beat him to death. Perhaps they had already discovered it. Chapter 714. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The news of the Divine Institute exchange had reached the ears of all the students. As expected, it caused a huge commotion. The exchange of the Divine Institute was a little unfamiliar to the students who had just entered the academy for 3 years. They might have heard about it, but they had never personally experienced it. During the exchange, nothing major had happened that was worthy of being remembered by the Farlight Academy. Therefore, the exchange that was held once every 3 years was a little obscure. Those who had been in the academy for 4 years and above knew about it. They had even personally experienced it. The thought of being in this world made their blood boil. At this moment, when the commotion was about to erupt, many people inclined their heads and stared at the gigantic, soared mountain peak. The people on the peak were the pillars of the Far Radiance Academy, and there might be people hiding in the shadows. But for the experts on the devil rankings, they were all true existences. This was especially so for the top 50. They were all peak students of the Far Radiance Academy. It's been 3 years again. Before graduation, let's end it with a beautiful dance. It's also to commemorate my 6 years in the Far Light Academy. Senior, you should cultivate properly. It won't be too late to say these words when you're in the top 10 of the devil rankings. Shut up, don't undermine me. Oh, Let's go to the Soaring Eagle Academy to cause trouble this year. Good idea. But I want to go to the Blazing Moon Academy to cause trouble. Cause trouble if you don't give me candy. Hey, are you celebrating a holiday? I think the Violent Gale Academy is not bad. Causing trouble there should be. Damn you, they're on our side. The atmosphere in the academy was boiling. Even though there was still a month before the exchange of the Divine Institute, many people were already itching to participate. The hot-blooded seniors who wanted to defend their titles, and the curious and fearless freshmen. If this group of fellows rushed to the other academies, who knew what they would do to the other academies? In the myriad God world, there were countless academies, but the majority of them were divine, great academies. Among them, the most famous were the academies that belonged to the transcendent powers, such as the Far Light Academy, Blazing Fire Academy, and Violent Gale Academy. Of course, there were also other powers that would dip their fingers into this domain. No matter what, the purpose of the academies was to nurture talents. It was a relatively safe zone, and there was a qualitative difference compared to the real powers. Excellent talents could be found here, and once they were discovered, they would be sent to the higher powers and become a member of them. Some powerful academies that were supported by powerful powers were not weaker than the Elemental Academy. The only difference was the difference in reputation. When people mentioned the Elemental Academy, they would think of the Nine Gods. In the eyes of others, an academy that possessed a great reputation like Highlight Academy was an existence that was like Springboard. During the exchange meetings of the Divine Academies in the past, there were many formidable students that would try to challenge these renowned Divine Academies in order to spread the reputation of their academies and recruit even more genius students from there. Therefore, during the month of the exchange of the Divine Institute, the famous academies would be very vexed. There were simply too many people coming and going. Sometimes it wouldn't be surprising if there were millions of students rushing in. Even the top geniuses of the academies would be badly battered in the face of countless challenges. Although they could refuse, every battle represented the academy. 1 or 2 battles would be fine. But if they refused all of them, it would be a little intolerable. The Far Light Academy had also tried once. The first-ranked student of the Devil Rankings had fought 300 battles in a single day. He was so tired that he vomited blood and fainted. He spent the rest of the time lying down. Therefore, the famous academies would feel that those who came to the exchange didn't come with good intentions. However, they couldn't do anything about it. During the 1 month of the exchange, all the academies would be connected. All kinds of challenges would be made in a dignified manner. Moreover, the higher-ups of the academies would participate in the exchange. Therefore, there was no reason for them to refuse. They could only endure it and let those unkind people torment their students. As long as no lives were lost, there was nothing they couldn't endure. However, there was still some time before the exchange of the Divine Institute. Right now, the thing that made the Far Light Academy even more excited was the competition against the Tranquil Sea Academy. This competition had been going on for a long time, or rather, it would be better to say that it had been extended for a period of time. The competition for the top 5 was a competition between the top 5 students of both academies. It symbolized the exchange of pointers between the top students of both academies. It also served as a warm-up for the upcoming exchange of the Divine Institute. However, this was an activity unique to these 2 academies. Not all the academies were like these 2, being so close to each other. In the competition for the half-devil rank, the victor was the Far Light Academy. However, in the large-scale battle for the fortress, the Tranquil Sea Academy had won by a narrow margin. However, the students of the Far Light Academy were extremely unwilling to accept their loss, because in that large-scale battle, the other party had sent out all their elites. On the other hand, the top 5 of the Devil Rankings had 1 missing and 1 recuperating. Even the top 50 had over 10 people missing. They were extremely furious. After grumbling for a long time, all the students turned their attention to the competition for the top 5. The location of the finals was the grandest battle platform, Battle King platform. The 10,000 Zhang wide battle platform was activated once again. From this, it could be seen how much importance the Farlight Academy placed on the finals. After all, this was related to the face of both academies. When they lost the fortress battle in the previous battle, they could still say that they didn't have enough people. But this time, with everyone present, if they still lost, there would be nothing left to talk about. They would have to live under the prestige of the tranquil Sea Academy for the entire year. Today, the Battle King platform was incomparably magnificent. A sea of people filled the sky and the ground. As far as the eye could see, the number of people was estimated to be in the millions. Almost 90% of the students of the Farlight Academy had come. They were so packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. On the other side, the Tranquil Sea Academy had fewer people. However, there were still close to 10,000 of them. Their imposing manner was extremely weak in front of all the students of the Farlight Academy. However, the students of the Tranquil Sea Academy weren't afraid of such a grand scene. Each of them had an unswerving determination on their faces. What? Change the format? Yan Feng and a group of elders stood together on a tall platform. Yan Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged man beside him, who wore a deep blue robe embroidered with 10,000 waves. He could not help but frown. Hee, our two academies have fought so many times. This time, with your academy as the main venue, it's not a bad idea to change the format of the competition. We have to be flexible once in a while. The middle-aged man in the blue robe chuckled. This person was naturally an elder of the Tranquil Sea Academy. Looking at the huge Battle King platform below and the students that filled the sky and ground, he smiled and said, "The Farlight Academy is still full of talents. I'm envious. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Say it. What do you want to do?" Yan Feng curled his lips and glanced at him indifferently. In the past, it was always a competition between the top 5. How about changing it to a competition between the top 10 this year? Send out 10 students and fight in the arena until one side has no one left. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Hearing this, Yan Feng glanced at him indifferently. Although he knew that the other party must have some plan, he was also confident in their students. Moreover, they had the ultimate weapon, so there was nothing to worry about. All right, seeing that you haven't won in so many years, we'll do as you say. Yan Feng chuckled. As he agreed, he did not hesitate to pour salt on the other party's wound. The middle-aged man's face twitched crazily when he heard this. He snorted in his heart, but on the surface he smiled and did not refute. After all, the Tranquil Sea Academy did not have a strong backing like the Farlight Academy. However, it was a blatant mockery to expose them like this. The middle-aged man looked at the many Tranquil Sea Academy students behind him and smiled faintly. He shouted sternly, "Boys, show some fighting spirit. Friendship comes first. Competition comes second. Don't be too heavy-handed. It won't make sense if you hurt the harmony." Yes, the Remote Ocean Academy students also cupped their fists together and roared. An unyielding battle intent swept out like a storm, and the Farlight Academy students who were standing a little closer were sent flying by the battle intent due to a moment of carelessness. That student also roared in anger. Boom! Following the furious roar of the Farlight Academy student, the students beside him stood up. An even more powerful fighting spirit unfurled, causing the color of the sky to change slightly, suppressing the fighting spirit of the Tranquil Sea Academy a little. Silence. Shooting a glance at the students from both sides, Yan Feng shouted in an indifferent voice. His voice quickly penetrated the air, causing the students from both sides to tremble and gradually quiet down. Yan Feng glanced at the middle-aged man. Although the latter's words were extremely calm, Yan Feng could hear an indescribable meaning behind them. Immediately, he curled his lips and shouted in an indifferent voice, "There's a change in the format this year. The top 10 on the devil ranking, come up the stage." As Yan Feng's voice faded, The figures on the surrounding high platforms immediately began to move. One by one, they descended from the sky and stood in the middle of the battle platform. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes slowly shot towards the serene Sea Academy side. Their eyes were filled with intense provocation. The one on the left was naturally the number one on the devil ranking, Schwellingfang. His leisurely and sharp aura caused the expressions of countless people to freeze. Following him was the number 2 Zhao Wenyao, number 3 Ding Mingyu, number 5 Xian Yuan, number 8 Lin Kuei, number 9 Chuan Mu, and the rest. Originally, Zhong Songling was also in the top 10. However, due to Yun Nuoxing's unexpected appearance on the devil ranking, she had regretfully withdrawn. Even now, she still did not have any thoughts of charging up. Replacing her was a gloomy-looking youth with 2 dark circles under his eyes, causing him to appear exceptionally comical. The people from the Far Light Academy cried out in excitement when they saw these people walk up the stage. Perhaps it was because the number 1 Xue Lingfeng had appeared, but the gazes of countless people flickered with worship. Mocking laughter rang out from the tranquil Sea Academy's side. Subsequently, figures flashed and landed in an orderly manner opposite Xue Lingfeng's group. Immediately, the students of the Tranquil Sea Academy also began to shout with high fighting spirit. The 2 majestic auras caused rumbling sounds to echo across the area. However, a moment later, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out amidst the cheers from the Far Light Academy. Someone silently counted and seemed to have discovered that there seemed to be one person missing from their side. Ding Mingyu habitually turned her head, wanting to take a look at Yun Nuoxing. However, when she turned her head, she suspiciously saw that the person on her right was not Yun Nuoxing, but Xian Yuan. There was a distance of more than a meter between the two of them, as if there was an invisible person standing there. "Where's Junior?" Ding Mingyu could not help but be stunned for a moment. Xian Yuan also turned his head when he heard this. He looked at her in astonishment and asked in a strange manner, "Hasn't he been following you recently?" Ding Mingyu shook her head. She had not seen Yun Nuoxing since the day they parted. At this moment, her charming face was slightly strange. In her impression, Yun Nuoxing was not someone who would be late for an important day, especially when he had agreed to participate in today's battle. Strange. Why isn't Brother Yun here? In the surrounding spectator stands, Lin Sheng also looked at the spot on Ding Mingyu's right with a puzzled expression. Yun Nuoxing should be standing there. Yi Qinglian gently shook her head. They had not seen Yun Nuoxing recently. Lin Sheng also scratched his head strangely. First of all, it was impossible for him to be afraid of a battle. That guy could even defeat a god. So how could he be afraid of some students who had not even reached the initial god level? This also eliminated the possibility that he had forgotten. Although they had not known each other for very long, Lin Xing knew that this guy was the same as him. Once he had agreed to something, he would do it no matter what, even if he had to risk his life for it. With this elimination, could it be that something had happened? Chapter 715. In the small palace by the lakeside, in the first room on the second floor, the windows were wide open, allowing the sunlight to pour in. Beside the large white bed, there were a few slender figures standing quietly. There was also a little boy with white hair who was no more than 12 or 13 years old sitting on the edge of the bed. His pair of wild eyes were staring intently at the bed. The few beauties beside him also had nervous expressions as they stared intently at the thin figure on the bed. Yun Nuoxing, who was leaning against the head of the bed, slowly opened his left eye and glanced at the people in the room. He glanced at Feng, Yi Shi, Zi, Kaixia, Lan Xian and Xiaobai, and finally fixed his eyes on Zian. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but sigh and send a voice transmission. "I don't have long to live. This country, I will leave it to you in the future." Zian and the others were stunned. Then they all rolled their eyes and couldn't help but curse. "To hell with the country. You are still in the mood to joke." Yun Nuashing laughed and sent a voice transmission. I am just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Look at all of your serious faces. Seeing him laugh, everyone wanted to laugh along, but they couldn't squeeze out a smile. There was only incomparable solemnity on their pretty faces. On Yun Nuashing's beautiful face, the right side of his face was once again occupied by the black runes, and they were still wriggling slowly, looking ferocious and terrifying. As if he knew what everyone was thinking, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and lowered his head to look at little Bing Er, who was sleeping peacefully beside his hand. His eyes were gentle. This mark of primal chaos had been hidden under his skin after he reconstructed his body. However, it had appeared once again yesterday, giving everyone a fright. Zai and the others ran out of his soul as if they were fleeing for their lives. The expansion of primal chaos was eroding that spiritual world. However, the area it occupied was extremely small. It was only at the space between the soul's eyebrows. Moreover, the seal could not seal it. There was no seal there at all. However, the demonic chi that was sealed in his heart was moving slightly. It seemed to be affected by the activity of primal chaos and wanted to break free. Yun Nuashing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he waved his hand, and the netherworld ruin sword appeared in his hand. He gently stroked the sword, looked up at Xian, and handed the sword to her. He smiled and sent a voice transmission. Battle King's platform go. Uncle Yan and the others are waiting. According to the time, it should have started by now. If we lose because of me, then I will be a sinner. Yan was slightly taken aback. Her beautiful eyes stared intently at his left eye as her pearly white teeth gently bit her red lips. She gently nodded, took the nether void sword, and slowly lowered her head. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile. He stretched out his weak right hand and stroked her head. He thought for a moment, then smiled slyly and said, If we win, I will reward you. Looking up at Mei Mao, Xian saw that her haggard face was full of fatigue and felt a stab of pain in his heart. The sudden movement of the primal chaos and all his strength that was mysteriously sucked away made it difficult for him to even raise his hand. He wanted to stay and look after her, but there were too many people in the room. And to be honest, it wouldn't make a difference even if she wasn't there. Okay. Xian nodded, grabbed the netherworld ruined sword, and turned to leave. No one was worried that she would be devoured by the divine sword. She had forcefully used the Linghong sword and was devoured by it, but the netherworld ruined sword had its own soul. How could it do something like devour Xian? Seeing Xian leave the room, Yun Nuashing's face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of golden red blood, and a bright golden red flower was stained on the white quilt. It was a poignant sight, and the few people around the bed were a little anxious. Feng and Yi both covered his wrists and chest. When they checked his body, they frowned and asked, How did this happen? I feel that something is brewing in my body. This time, it seems like it has nothing to do with the primal chaos. It's just that the suppression of the divine body and soul of the primal chaos has weakened, and that's why the mark appeared. When the primal chaos turned into that dagger, it rarely moved. Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly and raised his head slightly so that Lan Xen could wipe the blood off his neck. Something is brewing? Lan Xen asked with confusion. When Little White heard that, he turned around and crawled over. He put his hand on Yun Nuashing's belly and closed his eyes to feel. The primal chaos god body, god class soul, 5 elements, and a god spirit blood pulse. With these conditions combined, your recovery power should be off the charts. Now, I can only feel that your body's energy and life force are draining away. Little White's white eyebrows frowned, and he quietly said, That fits what you said about something brewing. The moment your body's energy recovers, it's taken away. It is a miracle that you are still alive. I have heard that many times. Yun Nuashing gave a wry smile and shook her head. You want me to die, don't you? That's normal. No, I didn't mean that. Little White scratched his whiskers and sighed. You have too many things. I can't tell what is going on, but you can use the Xian crystals to help you recover. At least you won't feel so bad. Yun Nuashing thought about it, nodded, and said, That's true. Feng, and Z, you moved their jade-like hands away. Yun Nuashing gasped lightly and took out his white palm from under the blanket. He flipped his palm and took out a fist-sized crystal that was bright gold and colorful. The light element holy grade Xian crystal. It is a treasure that Xianyin left for me. It is a collection that I don't want to use. Yun Nuashing gave a wry smile, but he had to use it no matter how much he didn't want to use it. If this continued, even if he didn't die, he would be disabled. Murmuring, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and squeezed the holy grade Xian crystal. A violent suction force came from his palm. That suction force rushed into the holy grade Xian crystal like a bandit, greedily sucking in the majestic energy inside. Kai Xia, who was on the side, saw this and gently walked over. She stretched out her 2 jade hands and placed them on Yun Nuashing's palms. Bursts of golden light emerged. Her cherry lips slightly opened, and she softly spat out syllables that others could not understand. Even Yun Nuashing was confused. However, when she whispered softly, he felt that the energy he absorbed was more pure, and the speed had increased a lot. Yun Nuashing looked at Kaixia in surprise. Since he had formed a contract with this light elf lady, he hadn't studied anything. At this moment, he was a little surprised to see what she had done. However, besides being surprised, he was also a little depressed, because when the majestic energy entered his body, it was hurriedly refined by the origin of the spirit receiving divine body. However, the energy, which was like a huge waterfall, disappeared before it reached his lower abdomen. It felt like something was devouring his energy. Moreover, the speed of devouring was very fast. The energy of the holy grade Xian crystal was completely devoured before it went deep into his body. There was even a phenomenon that the energy supply was cut off. No, it's not that the amount of Xian crystal isn't enough. Little Star is too weak now. He lacks soul power, and the origin of the spirit receiving divine body is also lacking. The speed of absorbing energy is too slow. Z, ye also sensed this scene. Her pretty face slightly darkened, and she hurriedly said, Screech. A soft phoenix cry came from the room. Yun Nuashing raised his head and saw that Feng Er's body was burning with a crimson flame. There was also a strange energy radiating from her body, which made her slender body look very holy. The phoenix true fire didn't release an extremely high temperature. The energy was suppressed, which made the room feel a little warm. Looking at Yun Nuashing, Feng Er's Mei Mao felt a little heartache. After the light appeared, it quietly fell on his body, which made him a little stunned. After a while he reacted. It was the blessing of the 4 divine beasts. At that time, he had already received it once. Roar! Beside him, Whitey also turned into a palm-sized, cute little tiger. It jumped from the bed onto Yun Nuashing's head. Bursts of moonlight seemed to break through the shackles of time and space, falling on Yun Nuashing's body. The 2 divine blessings seemed to drape him with a silver veil and a festive accessory. The 2 mysterious energies circulated in his body, causing Yun Nuashing's miserable appearance to slow down slightly. The speed at which he refined the energy increased by a lot. Although he felt a little better, his face was still incomparably pale. While everyone was busy, no one noticed that Yun Nuashing's bloodline was changing slightly. It was half golden and half red. At this moment, the red blood was like a dye, slowly being dyed with specks of gold. As for the little Bing Air beside the bed, there was an additional surge of vigorous star energy in her body. When the energy entered her body, it was as if it had fallen into a bottomless pit. There wasn't the slightest bit of reaction. On the other side, on the Battle King stage, everyone noticed that Yun Nuashing wasn't present. Although the latter was only a freshman, due to the matter of the battle, he had gained quite a bit of fame in the Far Light Academy. Moreover, He was also ranked fourth on the devil rankings. His absence caused everyone's faces to turn ugly. However, from the side of the remote Sea Academy, extremely unpleasant voices rang out. Those words were extremely unpleasant to the ears, causing Yen Feng to go berserk. He almost killed those who spoke. Therefore, while the battle was still going on, the stage was also in an uproar. Those who didn't know would think that he was enraged because of Yun Nuoxing. However, Bing and Yen Yuting knew what Yun Nuoxing's status meant to them. Therefore, they were also exceptionally furious. The violent energy of the three heavenly deities frightened the few elders of the remote Sea Academy to the point that they didn't dare to make a sound. They could only hurriedly wave their hands to suppress the students. Their eyes flickered slightly. They didn't expect that the missing person would be so important to them. The original battle of the top 5 was changed to a battle of the top 10. However, the fourth ranker on the devil rankings was missing. For a moment, Xue Lingfeng and the rest didn't dare to be careless. One person went up the stage and would only come down after admitting defeat. Since they were missing one person, they had to think of a countermeasure. If they made 1 or 2 small mistakes, it would really be difficult for them to win. The 10 people sent by the remote Sea Academy weren't easy to deal with. For the first 3 battles, the Far Light Academy sent out the youth with 2 dark circles. The 10th ranker on the devil rankings seemed to know that they were at a disadvantage because they were missing one person. When he fought, he perfectly demonstrated what it meant to fight with his life on the line. It was so bitter that it made everyone's face twitch. However, in the 4th battle, he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. As soon as the battle started, he was sent out of the stage by the person from the remote Sea Academy. However, it was precisely this person who fought his way up from the 10th ranker. He defeated Chuan Mu, Lin Gong, and the others consecutively. After defeating 3 people in a row, Ding Mingyu took the lead and fought for a long time before she kicked that person off the stage. She didn't even have time to catch her breath. Another person from the remote Sea Academy came up, and Ding Mingyu almost perished together with that person. Only then did both of them retreat with heavy injuries. Up until now, of the top 10 rankers on the devil rankings, 5 of them had been eliminated, while the other side had also lost 5 people. Although the 2 sides seemed to be evenly matched, Xue Lingfeng's side was missing a person. They wouldn't be able to find a suitable replacement in a short period of time. It was now 4 against 5, and the 5 from the remote Sea Academy weren't weak either. I should be able to deal with the strongest person on the other side, and then I should be able to take away half of the life of the other side. Xue Lingfeng's indifferent face was filled with an unquestionable sharpness. Zhao Wenyao and the others glanced at him and nodded slightly. It was as though he could do it as long as he opened his mouth. Strange. I've never heard of an expert of this level in the remote Sea Academy. Since he could fight with Ding Mingyu to the point where both sides were injured, he shouldn't be a nobody in the remote Sea Academy. Xian Yuan furrowed his brows. He and Ding Mingyu were old rivals. He knew that this seemingly indifferent girl had a berserk battle prowess under her alluring appearance. She had always suppressed him. But today, they were both eliminated by another person. It should be a hidden character. Doesn't our academy have one as well? However, he doesn't seem to be here. Xue Lingfeng faintly curled his lips and said. At this point, the students of the Far Light Academy were somewhat enraged. Ding Mingyu was a goddess admired by countless people in the academy. Now that they saw her miserable appearance, they couldn't help but want to attack her together. If looks could kill, the people of the remote Sea Academy would have been shredded to death by the looks of their gazes. Following which, their gazes turned towards Xue Lingfeng, Xian Yuan, and the others, hoping that they could teach those guys a painful lesson. After putting their personal feelings aside, they started to worry again. They looked at the 4 people on the field and were somewhat irritated. They were also somewhat puzzled by Yun Nuoxing's disappearance. Fortunately, when Ding Mingyu and the others handed in their mission, they had mentioned that Yun Nuoxing was severely injured. Now that he was still not here, although they were somewhat unhappy, they didn't complain too much. After all, he had returned from a mission with serious injuries. They couldn't possibly expect him to risk his injuries to fight, right? However, they were still somewhat depressed. Looking at the lineup that was missing one person, they were somewhat annoyed that no one could fill the gap. I'll go take a look. Junior brother isn't the kind of person who doesn't keep his word. Ding Mingyu's pretty face was deathly pale. Her body was still stained with mottled blood. She looked extremely miserable, but still stubbornly stood firm. You should rest here. Since you said that he isn't the kind of person who doesn't keep his word, then something must have happened to him. We still have 4 people left, so there's an empty spot. Let's go all out and see if we can delay until he arrives. Xue Lingfeng shook his head and stopped Ding Mingyu, who was about to leave. The people of the remote Sea Academy seemed to have seen through their thoughts. The person that Xue Lingfeng had been wary of took a step forward and waved his hand at the latter with a faint smile. Xue Lingfeng was the only person who could catch his attention. Aya, the other side is going to speed up their pace. They are going to take advantage of the situation. Seeing this scene, Xue Lingfeng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What could he do? If he didn't take action, Zhao Wenyao and the others wouldn't be able to stop them. At this moment, he could only take a step forward. Chapter 716. The sunlight cascaded down as Xue Lingfeng slowly walked out. When he stepped onto the platform, he swiped his palm across his chest and took off the silver-white spear pendant. Silvery light flashed, and not long after, the pendant transformed into a long silver spear that was about 3 meters long. His snow-white robes and silver spear, in addition to his casual disdain, exuded an aura as dazzling as the sun, causing people to involuntarily turn their gazes over. When the students of the Far Light Academy saw this silhouette, their faces were filled with unconcealable worship. It was as though this person could settle everything just by stepping out. Many of them had been looking up to him ever since they entered the academy. Even now, this was still the case. He was the unshakable number 1. It was already very surprising that the number 1 ranker on the Devil rankings would appear here. Now that they were able to see him in action, they were all incomparably excited. Not far away, the black-robed young man from the remote Sea Academy also calmly stared at Xue Lingfeng. He lowered his slightly raised palm as Xue Lingfeng walked out. With a smile, he asked, "It has been 2 years since we last met. I wonder what level have you reached now? At the very least, I won't lose out to you." Xue Lingfeng lightly waved his silver spear as he smiled. From the conversation between the two of them, it seemed that they were acquainted. "Now, you are also the number 1 ranker on the Devil rankings. However, I didn't waste my time either. It's time to settle the debt from 2 years ago." The black-robed young man smiled as he spread his arms. He then lazily continued, "However, I advise you guys to give up. With 1 less person, how can you fight against us? If we continue fighting, even if we have to exchange 1 person for another, we will still have 1 more person. However, you guys are truly capable. The 5 people you defeated were all dark horses among dark horses this year. They weren't much weaker compared to us back then. To think that you guys still managed to fight to a draw. Speaking of which, for that person who fled, it's not worth it for you guys to risk your lives for him. Everyone gave up because of fear. You guys aren't stupid either." The black-robed young man continued, not even giving Xue Lingfeng a chance to speak. But when they heard the last sentence, the countenances of Ding Mingyu and the others sank. This bastard really spoke too much nonsense. They really wanted to slap his mouth. "There's no need for you to worry about that." Xue Lingfeng smiled as a glint flashed across his eyes. "Why don't you give it a try? If you treat me like how I was 2 years ago, you will suffer a great loss." The black-robed young man smiled faintly. Then he clenched his fist in the air and a blood-red long sword slowly emerged from his palm. It was as though the sword was within his body. Holding the blood-red long sword in his hand, He shook it gently, and a terrifying storm exploded like a bomb. Immediately, the world was filled with the sound of metal clashing. In the terrifying storm of sword chi, one could even see sparks blossoming. It was as if there were invisible weapons clashing against each other, cutting the sky into countless areas. Clang! The long sword in his hand slammed into the ground. The sound of metal clashing was as loud as a bell, causing the students who heard it to feel as though their eardrums were about to explode. They could not help but be shocked. They quickly used their energy to protect their ears so that their eardrums would not be shattered when the battle started. He slowly brandished the blood-red sword in his hand. The sword shadows seemed to have condensed into a real entity. A terrifying sword chi soared into the sky. Rays of blood-red light condensed in the cyan storm. Xue Lingfeng's expression was dignified when he saw this. This guy was indeed much stronger than 2 years ago. Chaotic dance of the blood sword, the black-robed young man shouted. He let go of the blood-red sword and slammed his palm into the air. The blood-red storm, formed by sword chi and the blood-red, sword trembled. Sword cries resounded through the sky. Then, the blood-red storm suddenly bloomed, transforming into countless dancing sword shadows and sword chi. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it enveloped Xue Lingfeng. Whoa! The blood-red storm exploded, and the ear-piercing sword cries blurred the vision of countless people. They could only squint their eyes and force themselves to look. Their eyes reflected the dancing sword shadows in the sky, and they were a little shocked. Then, they looked nervously at Xue Lingfeng. Could he withstand it? In the direction of the countless sword chi and sword shadows, Xue Lingfeng took a deep breath. A trace of seriousness flashed across his black eyes. As expected of the number 1 person in the academy, his growth was not any slower than his. He grabbed the silver spear with both of his hands and gently waved it. The silver light on the spear burst forth. He took a deep breath, and the silver spear slowly began to hum. A distant roar seemed to be coming from a very empty place. It was like a thunderous roar. After a moment, the roar descended, and a huge silver dragon suddenly rushed out from the silver spear. A terrifying power also spread out along with it. 10,000 dragons spear! Roar! Roar! Silver light crazily flickered. The world seemed to be covered by the blood-red sword light and the silver dragon light. The silver dragon was at least 1,000 feet long. Its tail suddenly separated from the tip of the spear. The huge dragon's eyes seemed to flash with a spiritual light, but it also seemed like an illusion. The powerful light made it difficult for people to see clearly. Roar! The silver dragon was completely stripped from the long spear. Soon after, its dragon scales opened up, and the enormous silver dragon suddenly roared at the sky. A frightening pressure descended from the sky like a real dragon's might, causing space itself to tremble slightly under this pressure. This force caused Ding Mingyu and the rest to be stunned. They hurriedly withdrew from the edge of the arena and landed in the spectator seats. At the same time, an enormous barrier stealthily appeared on the Battle King stage. The hand holding the long spear trembled slightly. A drop of sweat fell from Xue Lingfeng's forehead. A moment later, a low roar was emitted from his mouth. Then he lifted the long spear and thrust it through the air. The huge silver dragon was at least 1,000 feet long. The sound waves from its roar caused the blood-red storm to turn sluggish. Then its huge body shot forward like a long spear, after which it directly collided with the blood-red storm and the blood-red sword shadows that filled the sky. The huge Battle King stage was occupied by 2 brilliant colors. The extremely tough Battle King stage gently trembled at this moment. The space continuously churned like boiling water. Sounds of metal colliding and dragon roars continuously rang out. Every time the terrifying low roar sounded out, it would cause the space to violently churn. The entire arena was silent. Many stunned gazes carefully lifted their heads, after which they saw that the space in the sky was continuously twisting like a towel. Shui Lingfeng and the black-robed young man stared at the bright ball of light not far away. Both of their foreheads were slightly sweaty. This attack contained their full strength. They had no intention of exchanging pointers. That was meaningless to them. They could only use their strongest attacks to compete. Shui Lingfeng and the black-robed young man stared at the ball of light not far away. Suddenly, the sword hum and dragon roar that were transmitted from the sky completely disappeared. Replacing them were some strange noises. It was like the rumbling of someone having a stomachache or the sound of wood being crushed. The two clusters of energy seemed to have been compressed and kneaded by two large hands in front of the countless number of anxious gazes. Light was emitted at that spot, and even a small crack line was inadvertently formed in the space. As for the ball of light, it was constantly tumbling and becoming extremely unstable. It was as if there was something inside that was constantly attacking the ball of light. The frequency of the vibrations shocked both Shui Lingfeng and Shui Lingfeng. This was not the first or second time they had crossed swords, and such a situation had never occurred before. However, before they could think of anything, their expressions abruptly changed. They hurriedly raised their long spears and long swords in front of them. Then they used their remaining strength to agglomerate an energy barrier in front of them. Just as the two of them suddenly put up their defenses, a few terrifying energy light beams suddenly shot out from the ball of light in the sky. It looked like a constantly expanding ball that could not withstand the pressure and was leaking gas. As the space solidified, an extremely wild and violent energy immediately poured out. Rumble! The turbulent light cluster was finally unable to endure the expansion of the energy. It suddenly erupted. A glaring light scattered down from the sky. Rolling thunderbolts carried waves of dragon roars and sword cries as they resounded over the place. The shattered light cluster was accompanied by an incomparable energy storm as it poured down from the sky. The distorted space finally burst apart when this storm passed by. Countless pairs of eyes in the audience stared in horror at the rapidly exploding energy storm. Even though they were a great distance away and were separated by the energy barrier, they still felt that the energy storm would descend upon them in the next moment. The terrifying energy contained within it made them realize that if it was allowed to unbridled sweep over, there would not be many people left on the spacious Battle King stage, and the audience seats. Shui Lingfeng was stunned as he stared at the energy storm that was sweeping over. He was just about to withdraw when the energy attack swept over like a torrent and directly smashed through his energy barrier. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. He could not even hold his long silver spear properly. His hand loosened, and it turned back into a pendant that hung around his neck. The black-robed young man was also sent flying by the energy attack. Waves of muffled groans also sounded. Ta! A clear snap of a finger suddenly sounded amidst the raging wild and violent sound waves. This soft snap of a finger should have been instantly destroyed by the swaying sound waves of the storm. However, it clearly spread across the entire Battle King stage. Soon after, the enormous energy storm suddenly froze under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Subsequently, it disappeared within 2 breaths' time. Even the dust that filled the sky was suppressed. Upon seeing this, Yanfeng slowly lowered his hand and softly smiled as he muttered to himself, "How intense!" After the energy storm scattered, everyone anxiously looked towards the Battle King stage. When they saw the densely packed cracks on the stage, the crowd could not help but bitterly sigh. These two fellows were actually able to destroy the Battle King stage. They were indeed worthy of being the number 1 on the Devil ranking. They were indeed powerful. The two figures were still standing on the Battle King stage. However, the two of them were quite far away from each other. Most of the robes on their bodies were tattered, and they were panting softly. Clearly, the energy storm from earlier did not make them feel good. In the spectator stands, Xian Yuan, Zhao Wenyao, and the young man ranked 6th on the Devil ranking flew down and arrived beside Shui Lingfeng. Their eyes flickered and their hearts involuntarily sank when they saw that the two of them were in a similar state. The destructive power of the two balls of energy from earlier was extremely powerful. Xian Yuan's heart violently pounded when he saw this. This was the first time he felt the disparity between the peak of the devil rank. He was very clear that if any of the two attacks from earlier landed on him, he would have died instantly. How is it? Xian Yuan shook his head and shook off those thoughts as he nervously asked. Xue Lingfeng was in the same miserable state as that person. Could it be the corner of Xue Lingfeng's mouth twitched? His hand gently caressed his chest as he bitterly smiled and shook his head. If junior brother doesn't come, we'll probably be finished. Upon hearing his words, the hearts of Xian Yuan and the other two sunk. It was actually a draw. They did not expect that even with Xue Lingfeng's strength, he would not be able to deal with the number one of the Remote Sea Academy. After all, we're old opponents. We've fought for so many years, but no one can say for sure who will win. 2 years ago, I was just one step ahead and won by a narrow margin. Who would have thought that in these 2 years, he would be able to reverse the situation? Xue Lingfeng straightforwardly laughed. Black lines appeared on the faces of Xian Yuan and the rest. They did not have the time to laugh now. Huff! As expected of the number one of the distant Light Academy. You're still as troublesome as ever. Looks like this match is still the same. I'll look for you to spar another day. The black-robed young man looked at Xue Lingfeng and laughed heartily as he patted his somewhat depressed chest. All right. Xue Lingfeng laughed softly before retreating to the side. He glanced at Xian Yuan and sighed softly. Wenyao, you go up. That person on the other side is a little strange. Be careful. After he finished speaking, he discreetly glanced at the blue-robed figure standing at the back of the remaining 4 from the Remote Ocean Academy. He felt that something was amiss. Okay. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyao nodded his head. Just as he was about to take a step forward, the black-robed young man suddenly laughed. Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell you that my number 1 position is already in name only. I'm not the strongest in the Remote Sea Academy. The black-robed young man's chuckle caused the faces of Zhao Wenyao and the other 2 to turn gloomy. Chapter 717. Oh! Xue Lingfeng narrowed his eyes and inadvertently glanced at the blue-robed figure. Then he looked at the black-robed young man and felt slightly uneasy. Even someone as proud as the latter had said that he was inferior to them, so it was worth investigating. Didn't we run into the Divine Institute exchange this year? Our academy has prepared for 3 years for this year's exchange, and we recruited a few good seedlings last time. Moreover, we've even exhausted all our resources to nurture them. Now they've surpassed us. The black-robed young man transmitted his voice helplessly to Xue Lingfeng. He continued, I quite hate those guys, but they really are inferior to me. I can't get back at them, so what can I do? I'm in despair as well. Xue Lingfeng frowned when he heard that. The black-robed young man's strength was similar to his. Didn't that mean that he was inferior to those people as well? Ahem. As an old rival and half a friend, let me remind you to persuade them not to fight head-on. Those people are all vicious and merciless. Every move they make is fatal. Even the students of the Remote Ocean Academy have lost more than 10 students to them. The black-robed young man transmitted his voice again. Xue Lingfeng frowned. He looked at Zhao Wenyao, who was about to enter the arena. He hesitated for a moment before calling out to him. Then he told Xian Yuan and the others about what he had just heard. He had known the black-robed young man for a few years and got along quite well. They occasionally fought and drank together, so he probably wouldn't lie to him about something like that. However, they weren't in the same academy, so they didn't have the chance to get close. When Zhao Wenyao and the others heard this news, their expressions froze. They looked at each other. Zhao Wenyao also clenched his teeth, a thoughtful look flashing across his face. Tisk! After a while, he smacked his lips and raised his head. He took a deep breath and said, The Remote Ocean Academy has already come to our doorstep. With the pride of our Yuanguang Academy, how can we just sit back and watch? No matter how strong they are, I'll break their teeth, even if I have to risk my life. Xue Lingfeng and the others fell silent when they saw the determination on Zhao Wenyao's face. After a while, Xian Yuan also took a deep breath and said viciously, "Let's do it!" Looking at Xue Lingfeng and the others from afar, the black-robed youth let out a long sigh and turned around to walk back. When he passed by the remaining 4 from the Remote Ocean Academy, the blue-robed youth slowly raised his head, revealing a pale face. His eyes were empty and lifeless. There were no pupils, only the whites of his eyes. He looked like a dead person. Trash. The blue-robed young man didn't even look at the black-robed young man when he passed by him. The black-robed young man stiffened, then he slowly turned around and looked at the blue-robed young man and sneered. He said, "If you want to try, I don't mind dragging you to die with me." A piece of trash that was picked up by someone. You think you're so great just because you've tasted a little sweetness. I'll remember your name. One day, I'll repay you 1,000 times over, the black-robed young man coldly said. That stern tone caused the other 3 to frown slightly. However, they did not say anything. He was also extremely powerful. If they really forced him to take that step, he would still be able to make them pay a terrible price. Trash is ultimately trash. You've used the Academy's resources to occupy the so-called #1 spot, but you haven't achieved anything. The blue-robed young man didn't even turn around. He looked to the front and said in an indifferent voice. His tone didn't even seem like he was talking to a person. It was as if he was talking to a piece of trash. The black-robed young man was so angry that he laughed instead. My abilities were all cultivated by myself. The resources I obtained were all obtained by myself. No matter how useless I am, I'm still 10,000 times better than a vampire like you. A cheap existence like you will only be mercilessly abandoned once you lose your value. After speaking, he felt rather irritated. With a cold snort, he leapt off the Battle King stage and landed in the Remote Ocean Academy's group. The other 3 frowned, but didn't say anything. They turned their heads and glanced at the blue-robed young man. When they saw the indifferent smile on his face, they couldn't help but tremble. This lunatic. Something bad was about to happen when he showed such an expression on the tall platform. The middle-aged man in blue robes looked at Yen Feng with a grin as he said, "Haha, looks like your 4th-ranked little fellow is going to be absent. We've really taken advantage of them this time. Those 4 little fellows are extremely arrogant in the Remote Ocean Academy. Even the #1 little fellow has to give them some face. Originally, we wanted to use the Far Light Academy to grind them down a little." Yen Feng smiled faintly and said, "Sigh, those little fellows are arrogant and unruly. They won't even listen to us. There's nothing we can do if they don't come. This is just a warm-up before the Divine Institute exchange. Winning or losing doesn't matter. It's just a mutual exchange. However, if Deanshire has a need, I can find someone who will definitely not disappoint him." The middle-aged man before them was actually the dean of the Remote Ocean Academy. His name was Shi Yuan, and anyone who could become the dean of the Remote Ocean Academy was an extremely powerful figure in Xiaoguang City. However, the dean of the Far Light Academy had always been a hands-off boss. Many matters were handled by Yen Feng and the other 2. Moreover, they did indeed have the qualifications to do so. They belonged to the 9 sacred halls, and their strength was similar to the middle-aged man's. To put it bluntly, the 2 of them were on equal footing. "Oh, does your academy have such a well-hidden character?" Ishihara's face was full of smiles, but he snorted softly in his heart. Those 4 people were the ones with the best talent that they had discovered over the years. They had practically poured all their resources into nurturing them. How could they be defeated by any one of them? Yen Feng continued to smile faintly. However, his smile was slightly mysterious this time. Beside him, Bing and Yen Yuting frowned slightly. They seemed to have sensed something as they turned their gazes in a certain direction. Shi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw their actions. Soon after, he calmly turned his gaze away as well. In the arena, Zhao Wenyao had already taken a few steps forward. However, before he reached the middle, he suddenly stopped. He was stunned for a moment before he looked towards the eastern sky with a puzzled expression. At the edge of the sky, a purplish-black light was rushing over, accompanied by a swift and fierce aura. Although it was not considered sensational, it still attracted the gazes of countless people. Swish! A wind-splitting sound that contained a destructive force suddenly rang out in the sky. It was like a long arrow piercing through the air. Soon after, a purplish-black ray of light landed on the Battle King stage under the attention of countless gazes. Even the hard ground was shaken into powder, transforming into a wave of dust that rose and covered a small area. Who is it? The person from the Serene Sea Academy who had stepped forward also stopped walking. He looked at the cloud of dust and could not help but coldly shout, "Is it Junior?" Ding Mingyu and the rest stared intently at the area covered by dust. There was a trace of hope on their pretty faces. The gazes of Lin Sheng, Jun Luo-yi, Chuan Mu, and the rest turned slightly serious when they heard Ding Mingyu's voice that was filled with hope. They stared intently at the area. Under the gazes of countless people, the dust was stirred up by a gentle breeze, and the sound of light footsteps could be heard. In this silent square, the sound of the footsteps was gentle, clear, and stirred people's hearts. Thud, thud, the soft footsteps gradually became louder and louder. A slender figure appeared in front of everyone's gazes. Long, silk-like, dark purple hair, an exquisite face, and an elegant and mysterious temperament. A cool purple shirt and pants clung to her body, vividly accentuating the perfect curves of her delicate body. Her slender legs were exposed to the air. Her snow-like skin caused many people's mouths to dry up. Coupled with the spacious black windbreaker, she appeared even more heroic. The young girl held a 2-meter-long purplish-black great sword in her hand. The great sword's enormous size made the young girl appear even more petite and slender. Although it did not seem to match, there was a different kind of beauty within it. The person who had arrived was naturally Xian. She had changed into a rarely seen battle attire and even wore a Yun Nuashing windbreaker. Compared to her original elegant and refined appearance, this attire had an additional wild and heroic aura. The originally noisy surroundings of the Battle Monarch platform suddenly froze at this moment. Regardless of whether it was the students of the Far Light Academy or the Remote Ocean Academy, an extremely strong sense of amazement flashed through their eyes. Many people could not help but swallow their saliva. Even Ding Mingyu and the rest could not help but stare in a daze. Even though she was also a girl, she felt a little envious of that elegant demeanor. "What are you looking at?" The first to react was Yi Qinglian. She turned her head and saw Lin Sheng's eyes staring straight at her. She could not help but smile and ask. A somewhat dangerous smile appeared on her exquisite porcelain face as her jade-like hand gently rested on his shoulder. Lin Sheng's body trembled as he came back to his senses. Seeing Yi Qinglian's smiling appearance, he could not help but let out a dry laugh. Her voice sounded quite gentle, but it made him sweat a little. "Cough. It's nothing. I'm just admiring it. My Qinglian is still better looking." Lin Sheng could not help but smile. He gently held Yi Qinglian's small hand with one hand and scratched her little nose with the other. Sweet talker. Yi Qinglian did not comment on these flattering words. Xian's temperament and appearance were not inferior to hers. In fact, she was even better. Why is it her? Moments later, Ding Mingyu and the rest also came back to their senses. When they saw that the person who came was not Yun Nuashing, but Xian, who stuck to him 24/7 like a little shadow, they could not help but be stunned. "Who is she?" Xue Lingfeng could not help but take a few more glances at Zian before asking. He had seen her once that day, but did not know who she was. He only felt that she should be related to Yun Nuoshing, Little Junior's girlfriend. She's always by his side. If you don't pay attention, you basically won't notice her existence, Ding Mingyu said softly. Hearing this, Xue Lingfeng smiled bitterly. He wanted to ask about combat strength. Don't worry. They've already made their move. It's impossible for them to lose. Ding Mingyu seemed to have guessed what he wanted to ask and smiled faintly. This made Xue Lingfeng's expression even more strange. And she said wasn't there only one person? How baffling, woman. Has the Far Light Academy fallen to such a state? Little girl, swords have no eyes on the battle stage. I don't want to scratch your little face. You'd better leave the stage. The person from the remote Ocean Academy was also stunned for a moment because of Zian's appearance and temperament. However, after a moment, he still sneered. Yan's amethyst-like eyes glanced at that person, but she did not say anything. She held the Nethervoid sword in her lily-white hand and stabbed it into the floor of the Battle Monarch platform. The clear sound of the sword piercing through the floor stunned everyone. Lin Sheng and Ding Mingyu clearly recognized this divine sword. They could not help but sweat. They had just seen the might of this divine sword the other day. Now, Zian was using it to deal with some small fries. However, seeing the situation, Ding Mingyu and the rest had some guesses. It seemed that Yun Nuoshing had something to do, which was why she had entrusted the divine sword to Zian and let her fight on her behalf. Devil ranking 36th, Xian Zian. Please enlighten me. Zian's voice was like a jade finger gently tapping on a crystal. It slowly drifted across the battle stage. That gentle voice caused many people to close their eyes. They were so comfortable that they couldn't help but roll their eyes. It was as if just listening to her voice was a kind of enjoyment. Devil ranking 36th? Ha 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 ha. Even the third on the devil ranking was defeated by those trash. What's the use of the 36th? In the remote Ocean Academy, the blue-robed youth suddenly burst into laughter. His voice was not concealed at all. As soon as it spread out, many people frowned. The people from the Far Light Academy stared at him with unkind expressions. Even the black-robed youth who had just participated in the battle had a terrifying look in his eyes. The other students from the remote Ocean Academy couldn't help but step forward to persuade him. After all, they were in someone else's territory. If there was an internal conflict, they would be laughed at. On the battle stage, the black-robed youth looked at Zian, who was standing less than 10 meters away. He pondered for a moment, then said, I won't show mercy in battle. I don't have a tender heart for the fairer sex. If you insist, I won't say anything else. Zian's brows slightly arched. However, they relaxed a moment later. She cupped her fists and said, Please. The black-clothed young man's expression became extremely gloomy after hearing this single word. He let out a cold cry and stomped his foot on the ground. Immediately, demonic chi that contained a majestic aura soared into the sky. The frightening demonic chi ripple transformed into a pressure that descended from the sky. There was even a different scent within the demonic chi demigod rank. Yan Feng glanced at the black-robed youth. He turned his head and looked at Dean Sher with a smile that was not a smile. He softly said, Dean Sher is good at teaching. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Ha ha! It's those little fellows who are talented. It has nothing to do with this old man. Hearing this, the middle-aged man chuckled and shook his head. There seemed to be a faint complacency in his expression. On the battle stage, Zhao Wenyao was somewhat confused about the situation. He turned his head and looked at Xue Lingfeng and the rest. When he saw Ding Mingyu and Xue Lingfeng nod at him, he also nodded. He looked at the beautiful figure nearby and softly said, Be careful. After his words sounded, he did not care whether Zian had heard him. He turned around and walked to the edge of the battle stage. When the black-robed youth saw Zhao Wenyao turn around and leave, he looked at Zian in astonishment. He involuntarily licked his lips and sneered. "Looks like you are a little strange. However, that's all there is to it. The Far Light Academy is only SOSO. In that case, I will finish you off first before looking for the fourth ranked coward." Zian narrowed her eyes. An extremely cold chill flashed across her clear Maimao eyes, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. She stared at the black-robed youth who was slowly walking over. Her lily-white hand slowly grabbed the nether-void sword that was stabbed into the ground and pulled it out from the ground. Soon after, everyone saw a nearly solid 5-colored energy explode out from her slender body like a hurricane. It instantly swept across the entire battle stage. The majesty of that energy was even more terrifying than the black-robed youth's. She is also at the demigod rank. That energy, Miss Zian's, is the energy of the 5 elements. Her true cultivation realm should be around the 5th revolution of the 7 seals. Could it be that her medium is a crystal? Yan Feng was also taken aback. The unruly smile on his face immediately disappeared. He looked at Zian with a grave expression and couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air in his heart. Miss Zian's talent was not inferior to the godchild. When she first entered, she was only at the 3rd seal of the devil rank. In less than 4 months, she had already reached the 7th seal of the devil rank. Moreover, her energy medium was a crystal which contained several tens of times more energy than a solid. It would often cause people to mistake her cultivation realm. Countless students from the Far Light Academy widened their eyes. They couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. That energy and elemental storm was nearly solid. Who would have thought that a new student ranked 36th on the devil rankings would actually possess such astonishing strength? This, Ding Mingyu and the rest were also dumbfounded. They knew that Yun Nuashing was already abnormal enough. They didn't expect that there would be a greater abnormality here. Moreover, just from the surface, it seemed that this abnormality was even more abnormal than the former. Zian turned a deaf ear to the countless gazes. She only stared at the black-robed youth who was similarly shocked. Her red lips were tightly pursed. Then, she slowly raised her jade-like hand and raised the Netherruin sword. A crisp sword hum, accompanied by a terrifying destructive force, slowly reverberated across the horizon. Zian pondered for a moment. Mei Mao glanced at the 3 people beside her. She thought about the words that Yun Nuashing had said to Yao Hua, Jining, and the others. After a brief moment, her red lips parted and her cold voice slowly rang out. "Actually, all of you can come at me together." As her voice faded, the entire area fell silent. Countless people widened their eyes in astonishment. Even those from the remote Sea Academy had their eyes wide open. However, before the 4 of them could say a word, that purplish-black great sword had already drawn a crescent-shaped mark. Boundless sword chi that was mixed with the power of destruction instantly soared into the sky. Chapter 718. The majestic sword chi was accompanied by a clear sword chime. It was like a perfect crescent moon descending from the sky. The destructive sword chi caused the surrounding space to shatter. The originally silent scene became deathly silent at this moment. The eyes of the students from the 2 academies were wide open as unconcealable shock surfaced on their faces. This attack, that surging destructive force, this young lady with an extremely outstanding demeanor and appearance, was she really only at the demigod level? Why was she only ranked 36th on the devil rankings, unknown to the public? Compared to the deathly silent scene, Lin Shang, Ding Mingyu, and the rest were extremely calm. They had already seen something even more terrifying that day. As for Xue Lingfeng and the rest, their expressions were exceptionally fascinating. Before today, they had never even heard of Xianxian's name. However, the sword strike today caused their jaws to drop. If it wasn't for Ding Mingyu saying that there was no problem, he would have gone up to persuade her. After all, on the surface, she was only ranked 36th on the Devil rankings. Even if she had a certain amount of fame among the new students, she was the type of person who didn't reveal her talent. She was like a hermit in the academy with Yoon Nuashing. No one would have thought that the girl who seemed to have been forgotten would actually be hiding such a terrifying strength. This couple is a little abnormal. Chuan Mu wiped his forehead and couldn't help but bitterly smile. These two were too good at hiding their strength. They were about to become hermits. Weren't they afraid of suffocating to death? Ding Mingyu and the rest coughed lightly and nodded. They also felt their hearts palpitating. There are no faint fluctuations of divinity at the demigod level. Even if that energy isn't pure devil chi, I believe that she is still at the demigod level. Moreover, she is a new student, so the possibility of her being at the demigod level is higher. If that's the case, Xue Lingfeng softly muttered. After that, his expression changed. Even Ding Mingyu, Chuan Mu, and the rest who were listening by the side had a drastic change in expression. Xue Lingfeng bitterly smiled. If that's the case, it makes sense why she would erupt with an aura close to the demigod level. Chuan Mu and the rest were somewhat speechless. They looked at each other and bitterly smiled. The structure of an energy carrier was a gap that was difficult to cross between a solid and a crystal. Once crossed, the energy would undergo a qualitative change. That was a difference of tens of times. The silence in the audience seats continued for a few seconds before it was finally broken by an excited shriek. Soon after, numerous cheers resounded throughout the place. Joy erupted from the eyes of countless Farlight Academy students. They were all in a state where they did not know what was going on. All they needed to know was that Ziyan's aura was even stronger than that black-clothed young man. You want to fight for? Arrogant. Under countless gazes, the black-clothed youth's expression returned to normal. He immediately sneered. Although he couldn't figure out how Ziyan could erupt with an aura that was even stronger than his, the fact was that she hadn't awakened her divinity. Even if she had a strange giant sword, she wasn't the only one who had a divine weapon. Ziyan didn't comment on his sneer. She tightly gripped the Nether Void sword. Even if Yoon Nuashing was in a weakened state and the Nether Void sword had lost a lot of energy, even if she couldn't perfectly use the Nether Void sword's energy, just this little bit of energy was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Raising the Nether Void sword with both hands, Ziyan lightly shouted and leaped into the air. In the next second, a cold purple-black moonlight streaked across the sky. The entire world seemed to darken at this moment. The purple-black moonlight left the giant sword and landed on the Battle Monarch platform. Then it suddenly shot out. The enormous purple-black sword light was like a crescent moon. It carried an unparalleled destructive force as it streaked across the Battle Monarch platform at an astonishing speed. It left a terrifying crack in the ground as it charged toward the black-clothed youth with a roar. The black-clothed young man's face paled when he saw the sword chi that was like a ferocious beast charging over. The piercing pain that came from his soul made him extremely shocked. A feeling of death suddenly surged in his heart, as if the scythe of the god of death was placed on his neck. Wherever the sword light passed, the Battle Monarch platform was torn apart inch by inch. The dazzling sword light exuded a sharp aura of death. Even the Battle Monarch platform was trembling, unable to withstand the tyrannical power of the Nether Void sword. The black-clothed young man's eyes reflected the sword light. His expression turned from dull to solemn, then to extremely ferocious, and finally settled on fear. That great aura had not really descended on him, but it had already caused his state of mind to waver. What are you doing? Do you want to die? While the black-clothed young man's eyes were filled with shock, 3 figures suddenly appeared beside him. They were the remaining 3 people from the Serene Ocean Academy. Even the blue-robed young man had stepped forward. His expression was extremely solemn, and there was even a trace of fanaticism in his expression. The other 2 could not help but roar when they saw that the former had been shocked to the point of being stunned. This roar contained a spiritual impact, causing the black-clothed youth's body to tremble violently. His shaken expression slowly returned to normal. When he saw that the other three were standing beside him, a cold glint surged in his eyes. He suddenly clenched his hand, and a serene blue mirror suddenly appeared. The serene blue light continued to spread like ripples. After the mirror appeared, the turbulent energy in the area also froze slightly. The other three looked at each other, and the blue-robed youth curled his lips. Although he was rather displeased that he had been forced to join forces, he did not have much choice. The seemingly casual attack of the young lady had caused him to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. The energy within the bodies of the three erupted without reservation at this moment. For energy pillars soared into the sky. Based on their auras, the four of them had actually reached the demigod level. The three of them flipped their hands, and a fan and a long spear appeared one after another. The blue-robed youth held a fiery red, four-legged cauldron, from which surging scarlet-red energy soared into the sky. 4 high-grade, rank 7 weapons. Dean Sher is really willing to part with them. Yan Feng's face could not help but tremble when he saw the weapons that the four of them had taken out. He looked at Shi Yuan, wanting to see what he could say. These are the rewards that the four of you have received after completing a mission. They can be considered extremely precious divine weapons in my Serene Ocean Academy. Shi Yuan's large palm gently rubbed the armrest of his chair, and he smiled faintly. He inadvertently glanced at the purplish-black crescent moon on the battlefield, and a grave expression surfaced in his eyes. Yan Feng smiled faintly, trying to rely on numbers to block it. Unfortunately, the huge sword was not a divine weapon, but a genuine divine weapon. Even if it was in a damaged state, it would not be a problem for Yun Nuashing to deal with a high-rank god. Buzz! The light from the 4 divine weapons intertwined to form a rain of light. The 4 of them revealed ferocious expressions as they tightly gripped the divine weapons in their hands. Monstrous energy poured out from their bodies like a waterfall. Subsequently, the 4 divine weapons let out a soft cry, and 4 terrifying energy pillars intertwined. They carried monstrous energy and directly collided with the sword aura that was rushing over like a meteor. Boom! The moment they collided, the 5 energy pillars carried an earth-shattering aura, and they erupted without holding back. It was like a huge energy storm had swept out. The cries of swords, the ringing of bells, and various other strange noises merged together. The energy that poured down caused the energy barrier of the Battle King stage to flicker violently. Boom! It was as if 2 meteors had exploded from the collision. A terrifying sound suddenly rang out from the dazzling sea of light, causing the hearts of countless people to tremble violently. Countless people forcefully opened their eyes and stared intently at the interior of the energy barrier, even though they were about to be blinded. The moment countless gazes gathered, a purplish-black crescent moon broke through the dazzling light cluster, mercilessly shattering the remnant energy of the 4 divine weapons. Subsequently, it continued to fly towards the 4 of them with unshakable energy. Shock flashed across the eyes of the blue-robed young man and the other 3. The power of the opponent's sword aura was not within their expectations. Retreat! The 4 of them cried out. They practically stomped on the ground at the same time, and their figures rapidly retreated. At the same time, the 4 divine weapons collided together, forming an energy barrier that stood in front of them. However, this energy barrier was extremely dim, and it did not have much energy left. The moment the energy barrier was erected, the purplish-black sword aura was like a furious dragon. It charged head-on into the barrier, and the former was almost instantly shattered by the sword aura. It shattered into specks of light that filled the sky. Subsequently, it suddenly caught up with the 4 shocked people. Stop! Dean Sher also discovered the situation at this moment. His expression changed slightly, and his body suddenly trembled. At the same time, a stern cry rang out across the entire Battle King stage. Just as he was about to make a move, the sword light carried a force as heavy as a mountain as it heavily slammed into the 4 people who were retreating. Ugh! The 4 of them rapidly flew backwards, and a heart-wrenching pain came from their bodies. It was as if all the bones in their bodies had been broken, and they vomited mouthfuls of blood. In the end, they shot out of the arena like arrows, and their heads smashed into the wall. They vomited another mouthful of blood, and their faces were deathly pale. Among the 4 of them, only the blue-robed young man barely managed to stop himself at the edge of the arena. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. Previously, he had clearly sensed the scent of death. If the sword aura had exerted a little more force, the 4 of them would have been directly melted by the energy within the sword aura. The purplish-black sword aura dissipated after colliding with the 4 of them, and the energy in the surroundings returned to normal. A large area of the Battle King stage had collapsed, and cracks as thick as thighs radiated outwards like spiderwebs. They covered the entire Battle King stage, and there was not an inch of undamaged land. Hiss, the sword aura just now was extremely fast, and it was as fast as a flash of light. By the time they came back to their senses, they had already seen 5 streams of energy colliding. They did not see what had happened, but when they saw the destroyed Battle King stage, a series of gasps rang out from the spectator stands. However, when they saw the 4 from the remote ocean academy vomiting blood due to their injuries, the students from the Far Light Academy also knew what had happened. Clap, clap. After a moment of silence, what followed was a series of crisp clapping sounds. Then, as if a chain reaction had started, thunderous applause, accompanied by earth-shattering cheers, rang out continuously from the spectator stands. At the edge of the Battle King stage, Xian had already pressed down the Netherworld ruined sword. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he was slightly taken aback by the sudden applause and cheers. Mei Mao raised her head and looked in the direction of Ding Mingyu and the others. At this moment, they were smiling faintly, and their jade-like hands were gracefully clapping. It seemed like they were the ones who started clapping first. Xian also smiled faintly. Just as she was about to leave, a sense of danger suddenly surged in her heart. Almost reflexively, she raised the Netherworld ruined sword and swung it behind her. Clang! The sudden buzzing sound caused the cheers in the arena to freeze. Soon after, they saw a slender figure fly out and land on the ground with a clang. Everyone looked over in bewilderment, only to discover that it was a long spear. Moreover, it was the same long spear that the 4 people had used earlier. Slightly stunned for a moment, Xian's long, shapely eyebrows furrowed slightly. Just as she turned her gaze to the edge of the arena, a flower suddenly appeared in front of her. A fan made of green feathers suddenly appeared in front of her. The soft feathers had a metallic luster. Mei Mao's eyes reflected the green feather fan that was heading straight for her throat. Xian was also shocked. Her jade-like hand gripped the Netherworld ruined sword and slashed it forward with lightning speed. Bastard! Despicable! That bastard! In the spectator stands, when everyone saw that the blue-robed youth with his face covered in blood was actually about to attack with several divine artifacts in hand, they immediately went into an uproar. Waves of angry curses rang out. Not far away, Zhao Wenyao and Xian Yuan were also shocked. They didn't have the time to curse as their figures shot out like lightning. However, the distance was simply too close, and they couldn't make it in time. They could only watch in shock and anger as the green feather fan approached her slender neck. Chapter 719. The green feather fan cut through the air and pierced towards the elegant neck. The strong wind from the fan had even cut open the delicate skin, causing tiny bloody scars to appear on the skin. Countless people watched this scene in shock. Ding Mingyu and the rest could no longer care about their serious injuries as they struggled to jump off the spectator stands. On the other side of the tall platform, the Yan Feng trio were suppressing Shi Yuan, were both shocked and furious when they saw the scene. Yan Yuting's delicate figure also trembled. In an instant, she charged to the center of the Battle King platform. Before she arrived, her vast and mighty aura had already descended upon the blue-robed young man like the wrath of a god. Clang! However, just as everyone was trying to rescue him, a metallic sound suddenly resounded. Dazzling blood splattered in the air, and it was a soul-stirring sight. Following that, a severed arm that was holding onto a fan appeared. The intense pain from her throat caused Xian and Mei Mao to dim. Her vision turned black for a moment as a mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from her small mouth. Fear and fury surged in Mei Mao's heart. She forcefully endured the intense pain from her neck as her hand that was holding the Netherworld Ruins sword twisted at a strange angle. Monstrous energy once again surged out from the giant sword. The blue-robed young man looked at his broken right hand in shock. He felt his body solidify, after which he looked at the enormous sword in front of him, which was accompanied by a majestic, destructive force. Waves of death intent rose in his heart. Stop! Just as the Netherworld Ruins sword was about to cut the blue-robed young man into two, a shout rang out once again. Compared to the previous voice, there was an additional trace of fury in this voice. At the same time, a terrifying pressure spread, causing the space that had been frozen by Yan Yuting's pressure to suddenly shatter. The blue-robed young man regained his freedom at this moment. The blue-robed young man did not hesitate at all. He crushed a talisman in his hand as his body shot out without any hesitation. However, in that short period of time, it was practically impossible to dodge. The Netherworld Ruins sword descended from the sky with terrifying power. Even though he reacted quickly, the sword still landed on his right shoulder, nearly cleaving him in half. The intense pain from his shoulder caused the blue-robed young man's vision to turn black as he spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked at his right shoulder that had been torn to shreds, with only a bit of skin remaining. He shot a venomous look at Xian as he hurriedly clutched his shoulder. You're courting death. F***K him. Ding Mingyu and the rest had already rushed over when he crushed the talisman and shot out some distance. Immediately, dozens of hands containing terrifying energy slammed down without any hesitation. The boundless energy caused the blue-robed young man's eyes to widen. With his severely injured body, it was impossible for him to withstand a furious attack from dozens of people. He fiercely clenched his teeth, took out another talisman and crushed it. His figure also disappeared from the encirclement of countless energies, appearing beside the group from the Serene Ocean Academy. All of this happened in a flash. By the time they reacted, Yan Yuting and Bing had already appeared beside Xian, while Shi Yuan had also blocked the Serene Ocean Academy students. Clang! The Netherworld Ruins sword fell to the ground, and Xian fell into Yan Yuting's arms. Her vision turned slightly black as her jade-like hands covered her neck. She had tried her best to dodge the attack just now, but the distance was too close. Even though she had tried her best to dodge, the green feather fan had still slashed across her throat. Immediately, fresh blood gushed out like water, continuously flowing through the gaps between her fingers. Even a god would have trouble recovering from an injury caused by a divine weapon, let alone a demon-rank Xian. Even if she had the 5 elements body, this wound would not heal in a short period of time. The power of the divine weapon would destroy all life in the vicinity of the wound. I seal. Bing hurriedly squatted down to take a look. He stretched out his palm like lightning and placed it on top of Xian's wound. With a light shout, monstrous cold air rapidly condensing into a piece of ice on her neck. The speed at which blood gushed out also slowed at this moment, but the wound did not show any signs of healing. Yi Yin, who had jumped down with Jun Luo Yi and the others, rushed straight to Xian's side. She looked at the latter's pale face with some lingering fear, stretched out her jade-like hand, and said in horror, "Sister Zian, are you all right? What is this? Can you hear me?" Zian, who was originally drowsy, seemed to be amused when she saw Yi Yun's anxious appearance. A faint smile surfaced on her pale and pretty face. However, she did not dare to open her mouth to speak. The wound had penetrated through and was extremely close to her throat. It had even scraped against it. She was afraid that she would not be able to speak again if she opened her mouth. She struggled to hold the netherworld ruin sword in her arms. The power of a divine weapon was supreme over ordinary divine weapons. Although she was not the one who controlled the netherworld ruin sword, she could still borrow some of its power. The netherworld ruin sword clearly knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, a purplish-black power quietly entered Zian's body, slowly suppressing the power of the green feather fan. "Sher Yuan, your remote sea academy is really courting death." Yan Feng's figure also appeared in a flash. When he saw Ziyan, who had collapsed in Yan Yuting's arms, his eyebrows involuntarily knitted together. His expression was furious as he looked at Sher Yuan in front of him. His low and deep voice was like rolling thunder as it spread. Immediately, the temperature of the area seemed to have unwittingly soared by a few hundred times. The deep voice, which was filled with murderous intent, seemed to carry a terrifying might as it spread across the Battle King stage. All sound was cut off at this moment, and even the flow of the air became still. Countless students could not help but be speechless. They shrunk their heads and had shocked expressions on their faces. They had never seen the usually smiling Yan Feng become so furious. That pressure caused them to feel as if they had lost their ability to sense energy, turning them into mere mortals. A feeling of fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. All the students looked at each other and involuntarily took a few steps back. They felt that the temperature of the world had risen explosively. It was as if Yan Feng only needed to think about it to incinerate the entire world. This feeling caused them to be somewhat shocked. This was the strength of a sky stage elder. It was terrifying to such an extent. Sher Yuan's face trembled. Yan Feng's roar had caused the surrounding temperature to rise by several times. Moreover, he was somewhat astonished to see that Yan Feng's aura had changed. At this moment, the latter seemed to have become a completely different person. He was no longer an elder of the Far Light Academy. Instead, it was as if he was speaking with the identity of a member of the Nine Divine Hall. Sher Yuan was stunned for a moment before he subconsciously resisted Yan Feng's energy ripples. Soon after, he glanced at the blue-robed young man in front of him. At this moment, the latter's condition was even more miserable than Ziyan's. Half of his body had almost been cut off, causing Sher Yuan's eyelids to tremble slightly. "Elder Yan Feng." Sher Yuan spoke in a deep voice. However, he had only spoken 4 words when he was interrupted by a voice that was so cold that it could freeze the world. "If anything happens to her, the entire remote ocean academy will pay with your life." This voice sounded somewhat immature, but it spread throughout the entire Battle Monarch platform, causing countless students to shudder violently. Just a moment ago, they were still surging with waves of heat. At this moment, they seemed to vaguely see snow falling from the sky. It also seemed like an illusion. Yan Feng and the other 2 shuddered violently as well. They silently looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This was bad. If even she had noticed it, then the godchild should have noticed it as well. If Yun Nuashing found out that the girl he had always cherished and couldn't bear to scold or beat, and he didn't want her to suffer the slightest bit of grievance, Xiaoguang City would probably be turned upside down. Sher Yuan also heard the cold voice and immediately frowned. He indeed didn't dare to shed all pretense of cordiality in the Far Light Academy. After all, this was someone else's territory. However, if he dared to say such words, wouldn't that be a declaration of war? Bang! Before he could speak, he saw the space beside Ziyan shatter like a mirror, and a hole that was over 10 feet tall suddenly appeared. After which, the cold aura seemed to approach even closer. Along with it was a terrifying aura that caused the heavens and the earth to tremble, As soon as that aura appeared, Shi Yuan's heart immediately tightened. The energy in his body was like a mouse that had seen a cat, not daring to come out for even a moment. This kind of supreme suppression was definitely from a high-level god. Since when did the Far Light Academy have a high-level god? This news was like a bolt of lightning, causing Shi Yuan's body to violently shudder. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His gaze was fixed on the hole, and his hands were tightly clenched due to nervousness. While the expressions of countless people changed, Yanfeng also respectfully stood in front of the cave entrance. At that spot, a petite figure slowly walked out, after which she gently stepped across the disjointed space and appeared in this deathly silent world. Long wine-red hair, a delicate little face of no more than 13 or 14 years old, and a black and white dress. Naturally, it was Yi Shi. However, at this moment, her wine-red eyes were so cold that it could freeze space. "Your Excellency." Shi Yuan felt a heaven-like pressure inadvertently spread throughout the entire field, and he violently shuddered. This aura, after Yi Shi appeared, she didn't even look at Shi Yuan. She turned around, and 2 small hands were hidden in her wide sleeves. She gently reached into the shattered space, and from the looks of it, she seemed to be supporting something. This caused everyone to be stunned. A moment later, a figure with long snow-white hair slowly walked out with the support of Yi Shi. As soon as the figure with long snow-white hair appeared, she attracted countless gazes, colorful eyes, and a familiar black windbreaker. Naturally, it was Yun Nuashing. Ding Mingyu and the others also hurriedly looked at her. They saw her long snow-white hair and her beautiful face as pale as gold paper. They also sensed that her body was like a sieve filled with countless holes, constantly leaking the power of the stars. They were slightly stunned. They hadn't seen this guy for 2 days. How did he become so weak? Beside Yun Nuashing, Feng was also gently supporting her. In the eyes of countless people, she was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. Her legs were inconvenient, and her aura was incomparably weak. She was almost unable to sense her existence. Ignoring those gazes, Yun Nuashing's bright eyes coldly glanced at Shi Yuan. Then, she glanced at the blue-robed young man beside him, after which she was supported by Feng Er and Yi Shi as she hurriedly walked to Ziyan's side and slowly knelt down. "God's child, we failed in our duty. We didn't take good care of Miss Ziyan." Ice braced himself and sent a telepathic message, carefully glancing at Yun Nuashing. "It's okay. We all saw the scene here. It's not your fault." Yun Nuashing shook her head gently and sent a telepathic message. After giving the netherworld ruin sword to Ziyan, he was still worried, so he asked Yi Shi to pay attention to the situation here. Originally, when he saw that Ziyan won without any surprise, he calmed down and rested. He thought that everything would be fine, but he didn't expect such a twist in the end. When he saw Ziyan lying in a pool of blood, his heart ached so much that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Regardless of how weak his body was, he struggled to get out of bed. He only managed to teleport over with the help of Feng Er and Yi Shi. "Girl." Seeing Ziyan's pale face and sweating nonstop, Yun Nuashing's heart ached and he blamed himself. If he had known, he wouldn't have let her come, caressing Ziyan's face with his palm. Yun Nuashing took out a pill and gently stuffed it into her little mouth. He sensed that it turned into a huge amount of life force that flowed rapidly in her body, and that terrifying wound healed quickly. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. If anything happened to Ziyan, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. Phew! He only used a little bit of energy to take out the pill and stuff it into Ziyan's mouth. This simple action caused Yun Nuashing's body to tremble violently. His breathing suddenly became rapid, and large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. It was as if he was the one who was seriously injured and not Ziyan. The surrounding people were a little confused, but when they saw that Ziyan's complexion was gradually recovering, many of them breathed a sigh of relief. supporting Feng. Yun Nuashing stood up with difficulty. Seeing him like this, Yi Shi's eyes were filled with pain. She said softly, Brother Nuashing, quickly go back and rest. Let me handle the rest. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing shook his head gently. When Yi Shi and Feng saw him shake his head, they were both stunned. Then they couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Was he really angry? His next action caused the two of them to be slightly startled. Yun Nuashing reached out and stroked his long hair for a while. A moment later, he took out a bracelet from his long hair. His dazzling white hair stretched to 20 feet long. Then he picked up the Netherruin sword from the ground. He stared coldly at Shi Yuan and the blue-robed youth. His beautiful face suddenly twisted, and his colorful eyes flickered with fury. I'll kill you! In the void, the large words carved by the purple-red flames illuminated the horizon. The fierce, murderous aura caused the already cold air to almost freeze. Buzz! He crushed the soul-anchoring bracelet without hesitation. A vast amount of energy poured into his body. The Netherruin sword let out a sword hum that seemed angry and excited at the same time. The energy pillar that soared into the sky tore apart the space and clouds within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. God, don't destroy the grand defensive formation. Yan Feng hurriedly shouted when he saw Yun Nuashing's disregard for everything. His voice made countless people speechless. He wasn't worried about anything else. Instead, he was worried about the grand defensive formation. The moment his voice fell, the pillar of light that soared into the sky descended from the sky like the light of judgment.